Hey everybody, thanks for being here. Um, yeah, appreciate you being around. We're going to be doing the All Black Everything Roundtable in just a second. It'll be a lot of fun. Well, not just a second. It'll be a while because it probably would take forever to get up. Little erotic robot says I got a Papa John's ad for a cheeseburger pizza. Lol, I don't even eat pizza anymore. Yeah, like we don't really have like customized ads here. I mean, I don't think Twitch does customized ads. I don't think at all. Um, like I don't know. I mean, and it depends on how you feel about that, right? Some people like the fact that the data that's been accrued about them over the course of the internet is used there. But you know what? The thing that about those customized ads though, like I've never found them very useful. Like I've gotten ads, right? Like I like sometimes like I buy like hard drives, right? Just things, I external hard drives for to store things. Oh well. But anyway, I buy the hard drives, and then on ads, right, that I see around, it'll be like ads for hard drives, but I already got the hard drive, right? It's like relevant, yeah, because I was a prospective buyer, but I was a prospective buyer, and that I already bought it, right? Like they don't seem to discriminate between things that like are ongoing concerns, right? Like I don't know how many people just like continuously buy hard drives, like like one after another, right? If it was like toiletries or something, like hey, we saw you bought like toilet paper. You're gonna need more toilet paper. Your ass is gonna get dirty again, right? Okay. Well then here's a few other brands. This one might be cheaper, better value, and that'd be fine. But we don't, we don't really get that, like it depends. I don't buy too much online, and I don't buy too much of anything. I don't buy. But yeah, I don't know. Like I like customized ads just haven't been like the thing. Like you just haven't ever like hit me. Like I don't think I've ever seen an ad and I'm like, oh man, I really actually no, scratch that. Okay, I think that I've seen some stuff on Instagram, like a few ads, like oh that might be interesting, right? But it doesn't feel like they were like necessarily customized for me, or but like because there's like an in between spot here, like because like when I'm thinking customized, I'm thinking of okay, like because of my search history or whatever, right? Like you can see like I'd be the type to go for this thing. So like they weren't customized in that way, I don't think. They were customized in that like they know my demographics, right? Black male of a certain age. Like you might like this thing. I mean that's put in front of me. So that's like what I'm trying to make a distinguish. What I'm trying to distinguish here. And so I've gotten some of those, and I'm like, oh, you know what? That looks interesting. Let me click on this one, right? And then afterwards, after I click on it, like I'm prepared. I have to mentally prepare myself because I'm gonna see that ad again, again, again. Oh, look, I already clicked on. I clicked on the ad, and I'll decide if I want to buy it or not. Right, one way or the other, like I'm done. Right? It's nothing that I want to like constantly repeated at me, but whatever. Like that's gonna happen for months. It'll be like months of me not clicking on it before they finally decide to do something else. I don't know. My algorithm thinks I'm rich as hell. Yeah, right? Oh my god. Yeah, my algorithm does not know my income. I'll tell you that. That's a piece of information that doesn't seem to ever make it to them. I got an app for commercial space travel from Virgin Galactic. And 10K necklaces. Wow. AI homie is confused as fuck. Yeah. Leave the water kai lifetime supply of toothpaste. I mean, that would make sense. Like you had toothpaste. Like if I buy toothpaste, right? Then you send me ads for toothpaste. Okay, all right. I'm gonna need more toothpaste at some point in time. I'll take that, right? But at that point, like you could also send the toothpaste ad to anyone, right? because you're all gonna need toothpaste. So I don't know. Just like it's all. Is that really customized? Like, oh, they bought toothpaste. They're interested in dental health. What? I don't know. Is it customized at that point? I don't know. Hot singles in your area. Now, see, I would actually see like in terms of like the black male, right? The single black male. Ah, yeah, that would. Well, that'd be more useful, right? To be fair. Um, but Naritas, what's up, buddy? Bam says, they offer you Murray's hair grease and a pack of swishes. Yeah, exactly right. That's a black male. 100%. I would accept just ads for pillows. I have 7. I love them all. Oh, okay. All right. You're a pillow person. Cool. I have 2. There's one there, one you can't see, and that's it. And you know what I went, you know what I want? I went, it's just like a little expensive now, so I'm not gonna buy it. There's, I forget the name of the name of the company. It's like Pillow Cube or something like that, right? They sell these like memory foam like type of pillows, and those seem nice, right? Like, you know, obviously for your head, but they also sell knee pillows, right? So they have these like pillows, but has like these like cutouts, like a half moon cutout. Like think about a cube of memory foam, right? And then they have like a half moon cutout here and a half moon cutout underneath, and you can stick it between your legs, right? I've got I mean, you guys wouldn't know this because you don't really see my legs, right? But I have like seriously knobby knees. I have extremely knobby knees, and they don't feel good when they're on top of each other, right? I feel the bone rubbing together with it. It's just right? Like I don't got them thick thighs that save lives, right? So like I like the bones just like are on, and it just feels real uncomfortable. So I use this second pillow, that one, right? I have to use that like between my legs just to like keep them apart, or like the comforter, right? Because the problem with the pillow is that like it's a little too thick for what I need to, right? And if you have something like that in between your legs for too long, you can actually get sore. But sometimes I just like use the comforter, right? I bunch up some of it and put it in between my legs to keep my knees apart. It sounds weird, I know, but like it just makes it more comfortable. But yeah, I got like knobby ass knees, and I just one pillow cycle. I would accept. Yeah. But that's how I feel. All right. Yeah. So I don't know if you guys have to deal with any of that, but that's my life. All right. So we got some people here. The black people have filtered in. That's fantastic. Wonderful. Okay. All right. Let's pull them in. But yeah, what would in chat? Let me know. What would you like to have advertised? Is everyone late again? They're black, so is everyone black again? Is what you need to ask. And the answer is yes. But here we go. We got a few of them on. Hello.
Hey, we're all here.
Hey.
Oh.
What's up? Okay.
Black
guys,
people.
Go and talk.
Hello.
So, people are upset at Rob Schneider for calling Will Smith an asshole, but 2 things are true. Number 1, Rob Schneider is pretty decent friends with Chris Rock. He's supposed to say that. And then the second thing is, I'm pretty sure Will Smith is an asshole. Like, regardless of, how the black community feels about him, it seems that if you talk to people who've worked with Will Smith on projects, it seems to be a running theme of like, oh yeah, Will Smith is difficult to work with. He's kind of an asshole. And
Oh,
I kind
really?
of character. Does it not come off?
I
No
mean,
way.
I just kind of hope otherwise. I always he seems like his. I understand his job's to seem personable, and I always hope like for the actors that I like, not that I'm like a huge Will Smith fan, but still, I just hope that they're all like good people that try their best, to be like good teammates.
Oh,
But
I was about to say, I don't think he's a bad person, but
I don't
I
think,
think
yeah,
asshole is a different category.
yeah.
Asshole is like, because I mean, when I hear him discuss how he feels about acting, how he feels about himself, like one, it's very positive, motivating, but it's also like he's like, I am different. No one can outwork me. I'm just better than people. Like you can't compete
The
with me.
overconfidence, yeah.
And I think he like part of that, like wrapped in that mindset is if he's on set, he seems like he's probably extremely particular. Like he's probably a person like I have to have my coffee at this minute exactly. It's all part of a process. Like,
Mm.
one of those type of people. And I can imagine if
So
someone
more like a
like if
diva.
he doesn't. Hmm?
More like a diva then, right?
Yeah, that's what I mean by that's what I assume by asshole is he's a really a diva, because I know he's the reason that dark skin Aunt Viv got kicked off of Fresh Prince.
I've heard this
Um,
story. Could you repeat that? Like I've heard this story
I mean
before.
he even admitted it on their reunion. Basically, Will was making. Will had like all kinds of like crazy demands on like hours he could work, like the time of day he could work, basically entire. And he is a star, so there's like some things, but basically,
Mm.
like it was inconveniencing a lot of other people. But he was also making like way, way, way more than everyone else. Also kind of for whatever reason.
Yeah,
But
yeah, part time.
basically, yeah, dark skin Aunt Viv, she um kind of advocated for herself. She was like, we're all part of a team here. She said, obviously Will can make more, but she basically decided that she should be making more than she's currently making.
Mm-hmm.
And she had brought it up to a couple people, and Will basically got note of it and basically said, yeah, get rid of her.
Yeah, I mean, then if that's the case, if that's true, then fuck him for that, right? Then fuck him for that,
Uh,
because that's not cool, right? Like
But do you want
what?
to think he's grown since then? Like
yeah,
he's
I was about to say he was
probably
probably like 20 then, 20
Yeah,
years old.
fair.
And he's like in his 40s now.
That's fair. Yeah, I think he's older than that, right? No, this is what Fresh Prince wasn't 20 years ago. What?
he's got to be like close
That
to
was
50 years old at this
yeah,
point.
yeah. He's way older than that.
Oh, he's 55. Good for
Yeah,
him.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
yeah, exactly. Yeah. Uh, um, but yeah, like that I don't like. That I don't like.
Mm.
I like again. I want people to be team players. I like he making more money. That's fine. I mean, obviously you're like the big draw there, right?
Your name's on
Um,
the show. Or
yeah,
I guess
yeah,
yeah.
yeah. I mean, like that's
Mm.
fine. But to like be sabotaging other cast members. I mean, assuming that she didn't do something horrible or anything like that,
Mhm.
right? But to be sabotaging other cast members who are standing up for themselves, like, yeah, but I deserve some money too, right? Like I'm also
Mhm.
a valuable member of this show, and we are a team. And then to get rid of him for that, if that's what happened, then fuck him. But
They had there's
maybe
a
so.
entire like HBO Max did like a reunion thing for it for maybe the 30th year thing,
Mhm.
and he apologized in person because apparently they like didn't speak for years and years and years.
For like 30 years, yeah.
Yeah, and like whenever it came back, whenever on there he ended up like apologizing. He was like, he said he felt still had some growing to do, as a person and all these other things.
You know
Yeah,
what I want? I think there was an explanation, but I kind of forgot what it was. For that show, Family Matters, right?
oh, the little sister Judy when she
The
went
Oh,
little
like
upstairs
sister
Judy
and never
Judy
came back.
disappeared. Oh,
went up the stairs.
She just never came back. She's like, where's Judy? Who is Judy? We don't know what you're talking about. There's only been us ever. Like, okay.
Did they
It is
make
nice
did they
to
make
be-
that statement? I remember
No,
because I remember there was one episode, right? Because like people have been asking, like, yeah, what about that other one, right? It's like seasons on
mhm.
seasons. But there was one where the Carl Winslow, the father and the mother, whose name I can't
Harriet.
remember. Harriet, thank you. But so they were out on a date, right? They were at some fancy restaurant and they were talking to each other. And then they were like, at the end, when whatever drama happened, right? At the end when they're like reconciling, they're like, we've done a good job, right? Like we've like had a good life. We raised our 2 children. And I was like, what? I was like, there's
The inside
3.
joke. They I think they even made of those like funny like breaking the fourth wall things. The Fresh Prince did that actually with the switching out of Aunt Viv. They also did it with Baby Richie. Like Baby Richie was like a newborn.
Yeah.
And then like next season he was like 5. And it was like when he seen, he was like, wow, these kids sure do grow up fast. And he like looked at the parent. And then he went to Aunt Viv and he was like, "Did you change your hair?" And she just like sipped her coffee or something. Which if I was the main original actor, I'd been like,
I would have been pissed for that one. Yeah, I was like, what?
Yeah, like, oh, really, mother effer? Which she didn't hit the same. Almost everyone universally loves dark skin Aunt Viv more. But that doesn't mean both Aunt Vivs came to the reunion. Like light skin Aunt Viv had her place, but she was more of a background stand-in. Like she wasn't given like her own episodes. The way dark skin Aunt Viv was. And I think they did this. I mean, they ended up switching out Harriet too for a light skinned woman.
Harriet
in the later seasons.
Yeah.
Well, not that I know of.
Oh,
she
for sure.
stayed. Yeah, she stayed on there the whole time. But like,
the whole time.
if you were light skinned Aunt Viv, wouldn't you be catching the vibe of what happened to dark skinned Aunt Viv?
Oh yeah, and know your role. Yeah, yeah, like well, you know what happens, right?
Because when I heard the stories about dark skin Aunt Viv, like she was a trained actress, and they're saying that in between takes, because she wasn't laughing at Will Smith's jokes, they would tell her to go to her dressing room.
Wow.
Y'all don't remember light skin Harriet?
No.
She is absolutely.
Let me look this up real quick.
Family Matters was my favorite sitcom growing up. That's why there was absolutely a light skin Harriet.
I'm not as old as you,
into
so
animation, so that's why I'm forgetting most of this.
There was another Harriet. Oh snap!
Hold on.
Judy Ann Elder. Oh.
You
got a good memory on you,
Bam. Can someone send me a link? Because I just put light skin Harriet, and then there was just
no Harriet. You could probably say Harriet Winslow, but I'll shoot a link real quick.
Thank you.
I don't know. Like it's. I mean, I'm sure an aspect of it was colorism, but a major aspect of it. But it's interesting how sitcoms used to like do this thing. They just like change people out or like completely drop storylines and just move on from it.
I'm fine with changing people out, right? Like, because shit happens and shit needs to change. I don't remember this woman. I don't remember.
I barely remember, but
I don't.
It was probably like the last 2 seasons, I want to say. But I mean, if you think about it, Family Matters was on for a long time. Like they were like, they started like Steve wasn't even a main character, but whenever he like did his like guest episode, they were probably like 12 actually, and then when by the show's end, they were in their 20s.
Yeah, that's fair. But I don't remember. But the thing I wanted to bring up is my wife and kids. My wife and kids.
I was thinking about that.
The sister.
I was trying to remember the name.
The sister.
So
I don't know why. Like, I watched that show like a bunch because there was a lot of reruns of that thing, right? And I just like watched it again and again. It's syndication now, so like I just happen to know a bit about it. But the dark skinned sister, right? Mm-hmm. She ended up leaving because her parents are super religious, and they felt like this wasn't like properly benefiting Christ or whatever the fuck. I don't know, right? So they pulled their girl out of it. Which I'm curious how she ended up feeling about that.
Wait, what happened here?
What?
Hey, what's up?
I don't know what you're saying. But yeah. So I don't know why that happened.
What happened to my...
I don't know what happened to what. Right.
Oh, your camera? Is that what you're saying?
There we go.
Okay, I don't know if she.
Maybe she can't hear.
Does.
Yeah.
But so anyway, I think I'm going to serve her for a second because I think she's not talking to us.
Yeah, sorry, I wasn't, but I forgot that I didn't have like Discord unmute.
Okay.
Okay, that's fair.
Sure.
But
Okay.
I'm here. But I
Okay.
am here, and I'm ready to appear.
Okay. So,
Them pulling out
I was wondering what happened to Darkskin, the Darkskin one. I don't know if she ever got interviewed afterwards. I'd like to
I don't know.
I'd like to look into that. But the one they replaced her with, oh my god, so hot. Oh my god, I wish she had like more of a career afterwards because she was, oh my god, she was so hot.
Jennifer Freeman as Claire Kyle. Apparently she was in You Got Served.
Yeah, she was in a few stuff, but not
Um,
much.
Yeah, smaller
Didn't
stuff.
they also didn't I'm trying to remember. I know not exactly Black Media, but it's something that I watched a lot. George Lopez. Like they changed out Carmen. Am I
I
crazy?
didn't watch Georgia Lopez,
I don't know.
honestly.
I watch that shit religiously.
But the thing about My Wife and Kids is that like it's interesting that the Darkskin one was pulled from that show over those reasons because was it Damon Wayans? I forget what the name of which Wayans it
Damon
is.
Wayans.
Yeah. He's definitely like more conservative, right? He's like definitely got a conservative mindset. I'm not sure if he's has a religious mindset necessarily, but he's got a conservative mindset, right?
Yeah, comparing him to the rest of his siblings, he's probably the most family friendly, like by far.
I don't. I
You
wouldn't
think of
describe
like
it as
Major
family friendly.
Payne,
I would
Blank Man.
just describe it as socially conservative. But I don't describe socially conservative as necessarily family friendly. But you understand what I'm saying? They're like,
Well, it's just his
I'm just saying-
productions.
Yeah, I'm just saying the things that Damon Wayans does. Like I can't think of him doing, and I'm gonna look right now to see if he's done something that I'd be like, oh, that's not really targeted at anybody can watch. But yeah, I say My Wife and Kids, Major Payne, Blank Man. Let's see, Mo Money was. I guess that was kind of
That's his
adult.
early stuff, though.
Yeah,
That was early.
and that was directed by the older brother.
Keenan.
but
Keenan, yeah.
so the one what I was trying to get to though is that like Damon, and I've told this story before on stream, but like there's like a whole storyline there with the wife, right? Who used to be on that show Martin, right?
Martin.
Yeah. I forget what her name is. I'm sorry, I don't forget everyone's
Tisha
name.
Campbell.
Tisha
Yeah, that's
Campbell,
who it
thank
is.
you.
We should
Right,
remember that always.
Waterkite coming in for the win. But Tisha Campbell. So there's a whole storyline. She's the wife, right? And she's the stay-at-home mother. But then she decides like she wants to do more, right? She wants to, I believe, if I remember correctly, it's a long time ago, be like a therapist or like psychologist, right? And she like goes to school, right? She starts to like go back to school and to work on it. And like there's friction with her and Damon, but like, all right, we're gonna make it work, right? But then the kids do something stupid, right? I think it's like the next season or something. The kids do something stupid, and he like they find out about it, and he blames her, right? Damon blames her. It's like if you were here, right, then this wouldn't have happened. It's because you decided to leave our home and like going to be a career woman that this happened. And then she's like, yes, it is my fault. I shouldn't have done that, right? I'm gonna give up on my dreams there, and I'm gonna come back and be a house mom. That's the
That's
storyline that
bullshit.
fucking happened.
That's crazy.
I don't remember that episode.
That's straight toxic bullshit.
It was wild.
Mm.
It was wild, man. Like,
Wow.
yeah. But he's
No, I mean,
that's what I'm
I
saying.
would
He's
need to see
socially
that episode.
conservative. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just saying I would need to see that episode because I believe you, but it's
Yeah.
interesting. Yeah, I'm interested to hear the context on that.
Mhm.
On how that got to that point. I've seen other shows play with that idea, but they usually end up even though they get to the same point, they usually end up playing into the stereotype of like the woman goes out and then she hates what she does and she
Yeah.
or maybe the kid she feels less needed in the household and then she
yeah.
tries to like, oh no, this is my thing, and she like chooses to go back into the house. But I'm surprised if she went the other route of like, no, she loves what she's doing, but like she's sacrificing everything.
I forget how
Right.
she felt like overall like about it. Like I think she, but that's a long time ago, so like don't quote me on that part. I think that she was overall happy. I think like they did some like comedy around the thing, right? Her and her job. But like I just remember that episode and her just being berated by him And she go, yeah, it was absolutely right. Like I endangered my kids, right? Because my kids did a stupid thing, right? Like a stupid thing that kids do. I endangered them by not being here, right? I was, uh, I didn't live up to the standards of motherhood, right? Now he could do his trucking job, right? Because he was the head of, if I remember correctly, he had like a trucking company. And he was the head of that.
Mhm.
And that's like not a question, right? It didn't matter that he wasn't there, but she wasn't there, and that was the issue.
Mhm.
How
That's the type
dare
of guy
you
that
not
he is.
trad wife?
And then beyond that, like he's also been one of those comedians, right? He's like you can't joke about anything, right? By that, like he means like he can't like say things about trans people. Like that's so he's literally one of those. He's like had people like walk out of his audience because of his like anti-LGBT takes, and he gets really butthurt, about that. Like so he's one of those.
Well, I don't
I'm
know if you
more
remember
shocked here-
back.
No, you
I
go.
would say back in the day, one of his biggest things in Living Color was Men on Film, where him and David Allen Greer pretend to be gay dudes.
Mm.
Mm.
I've never seen that show, but I've seen like stills of that show, and I've seen Damon in like a clearly like an effeminate like playing an effeminate gay character. So I'm guessing that's what
Yeah,
you're
he
talking
has the rolled up shirt and he's wearing
Yeah.
like a little tiny
the thing
hat
on
to
the
the
hat. Yeah,
side.
yeah. Yeah, Damon has some pretty toxic views when it comes to the LGBT community. But so that's why I push back. Bam, I hear I know what you mean by that, right? That's why I push back to say it's necessarily family friendly. I mean, it's family friendly if you are conservative and like religious and stuff, and it's plenty of family friendly. But for anyone else,
What I mean, what is? I feel like that's what family friendly has always meant. Do you have another definition of family friendly?
yeah, I would say
Is there
family
a
friendly.
leftist family friendly?
No, yeah, I would say family friendly is just like comedy that the whole family can enjoy, right? That's it. Like, and that doesn't have to be uh divisive, I guess. And it's like simple comedy that like kids can watch as well, right? Like, and but I mean watch it, that means they can understand it, they can find enjoyment out of it because it's not over their heads, right?
Mhm.
That's what we call family friendly. But not
A lot of
necessarily
older
like
shows, a lot of older shows that are considered family friendly. When you go back to them as an adult, when you watch them as a kid, obviously you're gonna catch all the different innuendos. I feel like that's what kind of counts towards it, because the kids will laugh at the funny haha joke, but the adults will go, oh no, and laugh at it too, but think like, how are my kids hearing this and not getting it? It's really good writing is needed for a lot of shows. At least that's how I've seen it.
I don't know. Like I mean, they had sex, like like the idea of like spousal sex in shows, but I feel like shows of like kind of did that for a while, even
yeah.
like without the action of it. You say like, oh, you're not getting none later, like laugh track.
That's exactly right. That's exactly that.
Laugh track.
But like, actually, let's talk about that for a quick second.
Mhm.
Is like the way they portrayed women. Like I like growing up watching shows like that. Like I had like a view of women and like sexuality that like it's not the case, right? Like, is that women just didn't want sex, right? Like that's not a thing they wanted. It's like a thing that they would just like actively avoid. Like you would get married to them, and then like once the marriage starts, then is the uh it's the fight, right? Like there's an ongoing struggle to get them in bed, right? You got to do like a whole bunch of stuff for them to maybe for them to even consider to touch you, right? Like, because that's what was presented to me always, right? Like by the media, that's how women always acted. Like, oh, okay, I guess they don't like it. Like men like it because the guys are always trying to make it happen, right? And scheming to how to get their wife to do it. And then the women are just like, whatever. I got a headache. So
that is messaging from patriarchal standards that we had for many years, teaching our future generations to think that that's what's happening. Women obviously do want sex. It's just they don't, that depending women do want sex. It's just that a lot of people end up going into marriages thanks to puritanical culture and shit and religions. Going into it like I've never had sex before, so I have to wait until marriage 100% of the time. And then get into a relationship with someone, they get married, and then your sexual drives do not match, your kinks do not match, your time that you have for sex and stuff it does not match. So even if your wife maybe does want sex, there are times where you may not want sex. If you want a ton of, or if you want a ton of it, your wife will be like, not today, because she legit doesn't have the energy. Not because she's not attracted, it's just doesn't have the energy. But so with stuff like that, I always it's why I hate the idea of always wait until marriage. It's like, no, if you don't have a sexual compatibility with your partner, your marriage is gonna fail.
Well, none of that
Azzy
makes
just
sense because
pulled
like
up.
what Prime is saying. Oh, what's up, Azzy? Like how do these people have 2 to 3 kids, like a full house, and then all of a sudden like nobody's sleeping with anybody in
That's
that
a good
house?
point. I didn't even consider the kids. Yeah, like apparently it happened. But then that was the
Oh, no,
times
but-
that he worked, right? Like the
What
schemes
shows are
worked.
what are we referencing here? Like you're gonna have to what category it shows?
Sure. Like I mean, like sitcoms specifically, right?
Pretty much
like-
sitcoms in general.
Like the one that
Especially,
I think of
especially
the
Married with Children. Like that's one of the worst ones. Where like Al would never sleep with his wife except for that one time when he's barbecuing and she was just getting
But-
it all day long.
wait a minute, that's different. That's different. Married with Children is a different one, right? Because Married with Children, the wife wanted to fuck, right? She wanted to have sex. It was just that her husband disappointed her.
Azzy, oh
immensely.
my goodness, you might be terrible.
Yeah. Azzy, we got some background there.
That's not me. My mic's not even on.
Oh, then who's that? I thought it was you just because everybody else was fine until
Yeah.
now.
It's usually Azzy.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, my
being a
mic's
problem.
on.
It's
usually-
on now.
Sorry.
He'll find out. No,
Sorry.
he's fine out. We don't hear anything right now, so we'll see. We'll figure it out. But in any case, yeah, Married with Children. The wife wanted to have sex, so she tried to get him to do it all the time. It's just that like as soon as it was. like they would go up and then it would come right back down, right? Have a satisfied look on his face, and his wife severely disappointed. So that was different, and that I appreciate it. The one I was thinking of the most, right? Especially it was like Everybody Loves Raymond, right? That was a huge show, and the wife constantly. I think they talked about that later on, how like they had little regrets about maybe how they did that. But the wife like just would not want to sleep with this guy, like. But this was like a thought process that was out there, and I soaked that in.
Well, no, okay, because maybe I don't have as much experience with white sitcoms. Because just when I think of like all of the classic black ones, like it seems that most of those have healthy sexual dynamics among the like spouses. Like I think of Fresh Prince with Uncle Phil and Aunt Viv. Like we didn't know what was going on, but you could tell like, oh, okay, they're romantically attracted to each other. They're pretty interested in each other.
think
My
you're
wife
right.
and kids, they talked about sex decently. I mean, like I said, I think black shows did it decently responsible.
That might have been a vibe between white and black shows. Yeah, fair enough.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Family Matters, Carl and Harriet were like happily married, but it what was always weird to me, or not weird to me, but always like kind of like is dark skin Harriet was just kind of mildly attractive. Great actress, but she wasn't like, a showstopper in the looks department. And whenever they were like going out on a hot date, they would put her in like some Dragon Ball Z shoulder pads because that was like the look then. And then she would come down the stairs, and then they would do like the woo, and you don't feel it. It didn't match the vibe. I was like, it's kind of mid right now. But Carl loves her, so I'm happy for her. But like,
Carl either wasn't like, right?
That's true.
Yeah, Carl was a little out of shape.
Carl's a gay cop.
A little.
Mhm.
A little.
He was.
But they didn't make Carl woo either. They acknowledged just what he is. But like black sitcom back then also had like peak fine women. I don't like they did it right. Whoever was the casting of the like love interest just had it figured out. Like Fresh Prince could. I mean, he's just like 37 tens. Like every episode that Will's interested in the girl, you look
Yeah.
at it, you're like, oh my goodness, it's a hit.
Yeah, Tyra
Laura,
Banks back then. Yeah.
Tyra Banks, yeah. I was about to say Laura Winslow. I still stand by as like in her prime was one of the 3 finest women to ever walk this earth. Myra was up there too, and Steve had both
Myra.
of them.
Oh my God, Myra.
Myra,
Oh,
Boutros
God.
Monkhouse. May she rest in peace. Was a gorgeous woman. Like,
yeah, she did die. You're right. Fuck.
mhm.
Forgot
It's
about that.
ridiculous. Yeah, but yeah, I was about to say that's all. I don't know. I love black.
I never
sitcoms,
liked
what they
short
are.
hair Laura, but you already know that. I guess you didn't. I didn't have to say that. You already knew that.
Yeah, I know that. But it was. I mean, that was her. That was her peak. I think that may have something to do with my interest in short haired women. Like low key. Like it was just her prime.
You said you're interested in what?
in short hair.
Short-haired women.
Short-haired women. Yeah, I didn't hear that
Mhm.
part.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Yeah, that and
I mean, yeah, Pixie Cut's gonna be hella sexy.
I wasn't.
the
a
only
Pixie
white
Cut.
sitcom I
This
loved,
was-
and I think
even
was probably
shorter.
one of the best as far as like, wow, this
Love
is really
Pixie
doing a
Cuts.
good job at telling like what it's like growing up is Boy Meets World. Like we got to see Corey and Topanga from like maybe 10 into like well into adulthood. It's unheard of for a TV show to last that long these days. Like if you make it to
for
season
sure.
4,
For sure.
you're doing something.
Well,
like,
especially on the streaming platforms. Like Netflix, they
I know
got
you said
like
they're like getting past the 3rd season. They have like an algorithm that tells you like even if people like it, drop it.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Fucking algorithms. Yeah.
Or they take like 3-year hiatuses.
Oh, there's that
Oh.
too. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. You find something else interesting too in
Yeah.
the meantime while this shows may come back. We're gonna do another season and then they never come out with another season.
I had
Like,
to like
I
look
mean, I'm
at
glad
a,
when Lucifer got another season to finish it off. But,
I had to look at
Oh, say-
a recap of House of the Dragon because that's coming back this Sunday. I'm really excited
Mhm.
about that. And The Boys is coming back tonight.
Yeah, I seen that.
Tonight? Oh,
Right.
yeah, I saw one of the little trailer posters, the Homelander is innocent thing.
I'll be right back, y'all.
Like,
I'm pretty sure I'm 3 seasons behind at this point, maybe 4.
Okay,
do,
so
do I have to watch Gen V? Because that'll tell me.
No.
you don't have to watch Gen V, no.
Okay, I was about to say if so, I would be like 5 seasons behind. But I think
it
I'm
was
like,
pretty boring, honestly.
Well, I like.
I haven't wa-
I disagree.
I haven't
Gen
even
V
watched
was
The
great.
Boys. I've been seeing just clips.
Okay, but Gen V was great. It was fantastic. So I'm gonna have to disagree with you, Water Kai. But we disagree on lots of things, right? But and The Boys it's good. I would also suggest that people read the comics because like the comics is a different thing altogether, right? Twists are different. I think the twists are better in some cases, but the show has like some pretty good twists, right? Like finding out about I'll leave it alone. I won't say anything, but like it's really good.
The
There's
storm
some-
that
don't say
I like
anything.
Storm
don't say
Girl,
anything.
whatever
Don't
her
say.
name
Don't
is.
say anything. Don't say anything
Well, he
because he
hasn't
hasn't
I'm
seen it.
not.
Don't say.
I'm just
okay.
asking about a certain character that's already like well established. The
But he hasn't
racist
seen. He's
storm
on.
chick.
the
He's like
first-
way
He
back.
hasn't even know what you're talking about because he's still on the first
It'll
season.
be the first season, isn't
I'm
she?
not in the first. I'm not in the
It's not-
first season.
It's not in the first season.
I'm not in the first season. I know
Oh.
about the Storm Girl.
Yeah.
So,
But
hon,
somebody
but you
that said
said
may not.
you were 4 behind.
I say like 3 or 4.
Three.
How many
Okay,
seasons
well,
is it?
3
I mean, isn't
seasons
there, like-
behind would still put you at. It'd be like you were on
Season
season
one.
1 then.
No, I'm not on season 1. I know about I'm about to say I'm just gonna say if no one hasn't seen the show, they have no context to understand what I'm talking about. But I know about the racist Storm Girl. I know that much.
Okay, all right. So you do know.
I just
Fair
forget her
enough.
name off the top of my head. Just
enough. All right. Okay. Fair
Okay,
enough.
but yeah, I still haven't watched X-Men '97. I guess I'll.
Oh
do
my
that.
God.
That
So
was
good.
a banger.
That was good. That was good. It starts off
the amount of ridoids losing their fucking shit at it when they're the ones being when they can finally tell that they're the ones being mocked.
So
Amazing.
It was always like that.
yeah. Oh,
I
yeah.
know they were too stupid. No.
Yeah, it starts off like because it seems but my big criticism is the first half of the season seems like really quick because like they're moving through these storylines very quickly. But near the end, like they were pushing towards a certain ending, and I think it worked out overall. So like I would highly suggest X-Men '97. Make it happen.
I just saw Kev on stage and what you call it? They went through a black casting of X-Men, the X-Men cast. And some of their choices I agreed with, some of them I didn't. Like for Cyclops, they went with Michael B. Jordan, and I was like, I can see it. And then for Magneto, what's his name? Jose, or the dude from the Spanish black dude that's in.
Giancarlo Esposito.
That's exactly what it is.
Yeah.
I just like
Water
honestly,
Kai.
I
He's so
apologize for
racist.
saying something racist because I didn't even think his name was Jose. I just like say something Mexican.
just
That's
said-
what went in my head. That was
You just
racist.
said Jose.
I was like, just say something that sounds yada yada Espanol.
I just said like Idris Elba for Cyclops, but
It's just Elba's way too old. to
He's
be-
way too old. Yeah, he's an old dude. Yeah.
There
Maybe
was-
he could be like Beast, right? Because he's got a British accent. That's it. Well, he's got a British
Ooh.
accent. That'll do it. Beast puts
they
fine
picked for
refined.
Beast?
He's not
I think
British.
they
Beast
picked-
isn't British, but like he just needs to sound refined. That's all.
They did pick a British black dude, but they went with Winston Duke.
If they were to cast Sherman
see
Moore,
us-
who do you think
or
he
the
would be?
M'Baku Black Panther.
M'Baku. Oh, the big guy. The head
Oh,
of the
Yeah.
crew.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
M'Baku.
They went
Um,
him for Beast.
All right. Let's talk
makes
about
sense.
something
The real-
then rather than just.
Oh, yeah,
arguing about-
perfect. Okay, so a real thing. Have y'all heard about? Well, there's two things. This will be minor probably, but have y'all heard about Russia down in Cuba?
Russia down in Cuba. They're putting more missiles
I
there.
had
Like,
small.
Not
I had
again.
Small,
Yes,
So-
I've heard about it.
I had
No,
like
I'm
very
gonna say-
small glimpses at some info on that. Can you
Yeah.
explain?
Yeah,
So a
it's
quick
some fuck
little
shit.
explanation is basically within the last 2 weeks, probably a week and a half, the United States officially declared Russia an enemy of the state. And that's the first time that's ever happened under Russia. It probably happened previously at some point under the Soviet Union, but Russia themselves has never been directly considered an enemy. No matter how we treat them secretly or not secretly. And I don't know if it was a direct response, but basically soon after Russia sent like warships and submarines and all types of things down to Cuba. And the United States doesn't know exactly what Russia's doing down there, but the United States basically ended up deploying all types of our own warships and battle fighter jets and tanks and things down to the Florida border
So-
and like into the open seas.
so like dead serious. Russia was like, dust off our playbook, back to Cuba.
I mean,
Yeah.
seriously, they're in Cuba, but so the thing that the United States is concerned with is apparently there's a non-zero. Okay, I hear. Oh, it's Kai. It's you. You the
Me?
culprit.
Yeah, you set up poor innocent Azzy for the fall.
That's my
Blame the
fault.
dark skinned black man.
Yeah.
Race again. But yeah, to finish it out, basically,
Yeah.
the United States is concerned with there being like non-zero chance, like I don't know if it's legitimate yet, but like a possibility of Russia attempting to set up a military base in Cuba, and that's within like less than 80 miles from the United
Yeah.
States border,
From
and the
Florida.
United States is not going to allow that to happen.
Yeah.
By any means.
So I don't know why I haven't heard of this. That's interesting. It's
That's really
fairly.
fun, no?
It's not like
Yeah,
I've been
it's
away
been
from
in the news within like the last like 24 hours, 72
Okay.
hours, roughly.
This must
I
not be
didn't
like an
know this
emergency
shit.
yet, because or else like this would be like front page. But yeah, like I'm literally checking news sites and I don't see it like on the front page. So we don't think this is the emergency at this
Oh
point.
yeah,
But
it
go
is.
ahead.
I
yeah.
mean, I feel like it's news enough that Russia pulls up with warships.
Yeah.
at our coast. Like they're like, oh, we're just down in Cuba doing our thing, and it's like,
Yeah, we don't know
about
what you're doing, but hey.
Yeah,
that. You're
I
not
don't
gonna
see-
stay.
I'm
Can
gonna
they even
check
afford to do
AP.
that?
That's just pretty rich.
I don't think
Good
they
boys.
can.
I mean, they're fighting Ukraine right now. And we just said that
Okay,
we can
AP
attack their
has
stuff.
it. U.S. submarine pulls
Yeah,
into
that's what I just pulled up too.
Yeah.
Russia has deep pockets. They've been saving money for decades.
They gotta
That's why
sell
they are
all the
able to
stuff from the
afford-
Kremlin.
That's why they're able to afford that war. with Ukraine.
Right now they're selling all the stuff from the Kremlin. Yeah.
Do you have
I don't
so
know.
you have a question with that, Bam?
No, and then I was just curious if any of y'all have heard of it or had any other information or thoughts on it. Because like I said, I think it is pretty interesting. Like I don't think, like I said, I mean, I'm not here. I'm not one of those crazy people. It's like, oh, World War III, baby, the United States and Russia's gonna get into any type of direct conflict. Like I don't see that happening. But like I think there are potential implications if. I mean, because it's not like the United States has a great relationship with Cuba. Like, I think there's like some pretty, there's some negative consequences if Russia decides, you know what, we're staying, we're booting down.
It
right here in
says
Cuba.
that like what's happening there is, at least the AP is saying, it's just military drills, right? That like, we're gonna do our cooperation. And military drills, like to be clear, are always like considered a threat, right? Like a provocation. If you do it in someone else's sphere. So that's fair. But like, it seems like it's a military drill. I
mean, maybe, but you
don't
like, do you know how
see
many places
anything.
do you know how many places Russia has to pass before you get to Cuba?
Yeah,
Yeah, that's
yeah, but
the-
like Cuba's their ally, like, and it is what it is.
Yeah.
So,
Mm.
right? Like we have to pass a lot of places
Like,
to get
you
to
can't-
fucking Israel. But we do it all the
Yeah.
time, right?
Yeah, but we're
we have
not.
to
But,
places
but we're
to
not
get
over at
anywhere in the
Israel. Like
world.
we're just hanging out. We're just chilling. No, nothing to see here. Like, no, what are we doing? We're setting up military bases in the Middle East. That's what we were doing.
fair,
That's what we were
fair.
doing.
Okay.
Our
fair.
military, our drills.
I mean, like, yeah.
Just-
Well, do you
Well,
think
just
that-
saying with the timing, like we just said, Ukraine can use our weapons against Russia on Russian soil. So all of a sudden they're doing military exercises.
And now they're an enemy of the state. Like,
Do you think
right,
the
like, right before-
government? Do you think Cuba should be allowed to have a Russian military base? If that, let's put nukes aside, right? Let's say with no nukes, okay? But there should be like a Russian like permanent military presence on Cuba. Like there's an American military presence there already, right? For Guantanamo Bay. So like, why not just the Russian side? Then you're just chilling.
I don't think
I'm
they-
not
I
going to
don't think
say
they're
no.
Not
'Cause
I'm
we've
not
had our
asking whether they
chance.
should allow it. Like so
Yeah.
whether like the administration itself should allow. I'm saying, would you allow? You're president,
Mhm.
right? So would you allow that to happen?
I'm president of the United States
long
or
as
Cuba.
they-
United States.
United States.
Yeah, no, ain't no freaking way. I'm letting you post up there. Like it just it's way too close for comfort. Like, so regardless of nukes, I just don't need you like a good swim away from me. Like, I need like the only reason the United States and Russia are okay is like outside of even like our issues with Alaska, which we just pretend doesn't exist, is because they're kind of over there. They're like, like even if we're really mad at each other, by the time we get there, we'll forget what we were pissed about. Like we're not nearly as bad. This is a long walk to Russia.
It's
But
like
yeah,
freezing your
Cuba is
territory.
like way too close. No, absolutely.
What about
not.
the others? What do you guys think?
Oh, yeah, I definitely,
okay.
when they're one Elian Gonzalez away from America, forget that. No, they're not.
One
going.
Elian
Oh,
Gonzalez.
Leafy, I can't hear your mic. It's like going
Your
in and
your
out.
mic like
think
go
he just
you
leaned
come
back.
in relatively
No,
okay.
for
and then you
some
immediately
reason,
dip.
whenever I'm in StreamYard, my mic likes to change its volume.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah,
that
it just
sometimes.
And I don't know how
down,
to
up,
fix
down.
it. So like I just sit here with the mic thing open and just keep re-raising it.
Yeah, it does that sometimes. I forget.
There's probably a setting I don't know about.
There's a try the settings in audio. There's a thing for like an auto raising. Mess with that. But anyway, Azzy, thoughts?
Yeah, there's automatically adjust mic volume, so it should possibly
Azzy.
help your thought.
Yeah, I just started getting myself like educated on that because I just saw like an article like the Russia declares the U.S. Enemy, an enemy in the first time in history. So like, yeah, them being that close, but them being that close to the U.S. from Cuba is a potential security risk. But everybody's telling me it's just like they're there for military exercises, so it's not like the Kremlin said that they don't pose a threat, and no country, including the U.S., needs to be worried. So right now, I don't really have any like strong opinions on it, but yeah, right now I'm just getting more educated on the subject.
No, I mean like just in general. So like I know you're not current with this thing, but like in general, would you allow Russia to have a base in North America?
A base in North America?
Yeah.
I think I'm be I wouldn't, to be honest, I wouldn't have a problem with it because I feel like it advantages the US in a way as well, because our it's only a boon for our intelligence as well. And we'd be there's this like effect when you're on high alert that you just start to see advances in like technology and administration. So I feel like just them putting us on edge would force us to be more adaptive, you know?
I don't. You mean
Wartime
like
is usually the time where most
you'd have like a
technology
knife
that we use
to
nowadays.
your throat because you're more.
Yeah,
you're
because
more
you
alert when that happens. Is that
yeah,
what-
we always say that like the US is number one in like in wartime, and number one player in like global politics. Like we control what happens in like any like third country or anything in the Middle East, or like we feel like we have an advantage. But if like Russia or China starts to like play their hands a bit, then yeah, it definitely would push us to like be more on edge.
Okay.
I have.
I mean,
think-
like
Oh yeah, you go.
we do military exercises around the world, right? And we tell other countries that we pose no threat to them, but we do military exercises in full disclosure of countries that we know that we don't like and they don't like us. So I think that this like is the first time we've really had this happen. We are the country that usually does it to other countries, right? But this is the first time like another country has gotten close to us,
Oh,
like in modern history. No, I say modern history to do like actual naval exercises this close to our shores. This close. Like this is very, very close to America. We're not like just a shot away from Florida, right? Like that's a very easy reach to get to American shores. So I mean at the end of the day, like I don't know what to like think about it. Like I don't know if we should really believe what Russia is saying at the end of the day. I think that this is really honestly just like a way to kind of like push like America like on the edge more, to kind of like threaten America like, well, hey, you've been helping Ukraine, hey, you've been doing all this shit around the world, hey, well, you know what, we're gonna get extra close to you and say that we're doing military exercises.
I mean, I like I understand. This is where I come from the understanding of why like people are like, oh, Ukraine should be able to join NATO, and I understand why. Like, of all the things, Russia has no reason to allow that. Like, allow Ukraine to join NATO because they literally do share a border. Like, like regardless of we feel about countries and their universe, their sovereignty and things like that. Like, superpowers exist for a reason. You do have to, like no matter if you are your own country, you do have to appeal to the geographic territory you happen to be surrounded with. Like, I don't think that like it matters. It matters like that they're connected to Russia the same way that Cuba can be their own country, but it matters that they're in North America. So close to the
Now,
Yeah.
but the trouble being is that I don't know. I'm just theorizing. Border security is also a thing right now. I've heard like conspiracy theories of like it's not just was it like it's not just like Latino immigrants crossing the border. There's also like rumors of other ethnic groups crossing the border and being held up. So I don't know if it was Russian. Somebody was like saying it was like Chinese, but there was I didn't get a chance to verify it. But yeah, so Yeah, border issues. We're already doing our best to try to handicap them because of the Ukrainian war. Like we're putting like sanctions on them in terms of semiconductor. Um, and it's not like it's on them. It's like to target China because China is selling semiconductors to Moscow. So stuff like that is like we're already in the works of doing that. So any efforts that we don't want to like take our foot off their necks at this point,
So
right?
Bam,
So if Russia does, yeah, Russia does anything to like mess that up, then we could just like have a full 180 in the process.
so Bam, you want to talk about reparations?
Yeah, there's that and a few other things. So basically, recent there was a the Tulsa Supreme Court or Oklahoma Supreme Court denied reparations again for the survivors of the Tulsa massacre, and these are people who were literally alive and present during the period. They're now in their like 80s and some are even into their 90s. Like, so this is likely going to be the last hearing any of these people like get to actually be repaired for the debt that's owed. I think like it's kind of it's effed up in itself, but it speaks to this idea of when people talk about like when people complain about the issues of reparations related to slavery, they always say that like, well, it would be a good thing to do if we could, do it for the people who were, alive and affected at that point. Like that's, but we can't do that. But if we could, we would have. But like it's kind of just paying attention to the tactics, and that was never really the point. Like whenever people make arguments like that, you would assume that everyone would be in favor of repairing the, like I said, the people of the Tulsa massacre. It's something that in recent years has become more and more like prevalent in public, and everyone acknowledges. Well, it seems to vocally acknowledge what an atrocity it was. But the goal all the time will be to kick the can down the road until all of them die off, and so they can say, "Well, no one's alive to take the reparations. We will want to give them. We just, we can't. It doesn't make sense at this point." And I think that there's there's a devious nature to that.
Absolutely.
Oh,
And
definitely.
yeah, and I feel like Oklahoma is already conservative as it is. They barely even want to like do like give the land back and stuff for
Native Americans.
the different nations that are there in Oklahoma, which their Supreme Court said that like, yeah, that's their nation and they can do whatever the fuck they want to, right? So like, yeah, like it is just like a bunch of kick the cans down the road. No one's like, I'm not surprised that this didn't like go through. And even if the family members who are like their descendants wanted that reparations, which I think that they still deserve either way, whether they are alive to take it or they are the descendants of the Tulsa massacre, it should still happen regardless. But we know that the way that the Oklahoma is, it's not going to happen. It's not going to happen.
And the honestly, what's even more unfortunate about it is like it doesn't even it seems like the people aren't even thinking about potentially the saving money, because I'm sure the vast majority of people like from that time are dead. Like there's overwhelming like so the money you would be paying out would be to a select few people at this point. It would have even been cost effective. Like you could have made the argument, like you could have at least stayed consistent on the idea of like we're just going to pay the living living residents of that time, paid out the probably people in the in the hundreds at most, probably less than that, honestly. And yeah, like the descendants would have been kind of SOL on the situation for the family members that already died, but they couldn't even do that.
Yeah.
Like I don't know, it's just bad policy no matter how you think about it.
Well, no one wants to give reparations to Black people either way. We don't fucking deserve it. Like, no less that there was an actual fucking massacre and like that people saw and then they're still alive to like tell you about it. Like, none of us like people who are alive here who were in slavery or time like here are alive to like take the reparations. So sorry, like.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you look
Yeah,
at the things throughout time, like in 2021, Bruce's Beach was returned to the families it was taken from in California. So if you think about all the property, all the inheritance over time, there would be a lot lower of a wage gap or an inheritance gap in between different race disparities. So black families, I think, receive like $5,000 less in inheritance than most other families. So, with that being the case, there's going to be a wealth gap, and this is going to perpetuate the wealth gap until it's fixed.
Mhm. I saw something that said that black people actually don't even and forget about less inheritance. I heard that like black people actually inherit debt a lot of the time.
Pretty
Yep.
much.
Yeah.
Related to whether it be trying to figure out how to pay for a loved one's funeral through a GoFundMe or out of pocket, whether it be inheritance taxes on houses, and now like yeah, like oh wow, you got the house, but now oh like $20,000 like because you inherited this house that you don't have the money
Yeah.
for. So the bank is going to take the house from you too if you can't sell it in time. Like there's I don't know. And it's the thing is you can even justify reparations from a conservative perspective. I was hearing someone describe like just the idea of the belief in no taxation without representation is I mean one should be like a liberal democracy thing, but even if like but it's
Mhm.
something that even conservatives should be advocates for. And whether it be via slavery or even through via Jim Crow, via segregation, like even via in segregation, black people still pay taxes, and they were paying taxes for a lot of city resources that they literally, by laws in the books, weren't able to access and use. So that's tax money of generate like even just from that perspective. Forget about the treatment. That's tax money for generations and generations from every single black person that lived in this country that didn't go towards like they just didn't have access to. The government literally just stole their money. So
Yeah.
Or
reparations
literally
can just
use
be
their tax dollars against them.
yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's
Then you get into redlining, you get into all the different policies that were in place, you get into the districting. Like there definitely is something that needs to be repaired, and them not owning up to what needs to be repaired is the whole form of reparations. It's not a handout. It's
yeah,
literally a
it's a debt.
restoration.
It's a debt that's owed.
Yeah.
Um
So of
Trump.
course, obviously, conservative messaging makes it to where they do the whole bootstrap thing, and I hate that. I hate that it's successfully brainwash people into thinking it is a handout, which is the stupidest fucking thing I've ever heard.
Yeah, I was about to say people. Well, first of all, I don't even think I think reparations is separate from a handout or whatever you want to call it. But I'm not even anti handouts. I think that the government does have a responsibility to its citizens. Like the only reason we pay into the taxes is like because it's supposed to create better outcomes. Um, and I think that the people do have a right to portions of the money being towards the total society's good. Now, how much and how much or how little is where the debate comes in out. But I think that I don't have an issue with quote unquote handouts.
I mean, considering
Um
we're currently living in a world that's mainly we're currently living where we have a Supreme Court that will get rid of anything that would possibly help the American people, especially Black people. Because one of the most recent thing I just saw, I've just seen, was that the Supreme Court ruled the NLRB can't, the NLRB ruled in favor of Starbucks over labor unions.
what's
So,
NLRB?
The
the
National Labor Relations Board.
Ah,
Thank you.
okay. Okay, I guess everybody knew that. I'm sorry. I'm
No,
dumb.
it's okay.
I'll be better next time.
Cool.
Yeah, basically, because I remember somewhere middle of Biden's term, they had rules come out that made it easier to not only unionize, but made it to where it was skewed heavily towards unions, so that greedy CEOs couldn't just couldn't union bust, couldn't union bust. If you wanted to union bust, you had to make your case, like like hella hard, and you would get extra hard fines if you tried to union bust. But that's just more. I'm more bringing that up to bring up the fact that the Supreme Court's trying to reverse a lot of that. And they're starting with Starbucks, and it's just a show that we're currently in a system that we'll never get to see any of these things because they don't care about the average American. They fight purely for the corporations and the ultra rich. It's fucking disgusting.
Well, what do you guys think about Bam's statement about handouts? Does everyone agree that handouts are okay?
Yeah, I'm for UBI, universal basic income. That could technically be counted as a handout, but I feel like with the way that our taxes are being taken, how we could very easily allocate a certain amount to be given to everyone, if not bi-weekly, monthly, to help with, like, say, like daily
We know
survival
what
stuff like
UBI
food
is.
stuff.
Yeah,
and everything, yeah.
yeah. But hold on. Before we even get into it, I should have done this first. Bam, could you describe what you meant by handout so people can all be on the same page?
Yeah, when I say handouts, I mean I mean that the government should provide services, to provide goods and services, um, in whatever interest the society deems worthy. For example, like regardless of whether you think it's good or bad, or I mean, regardless of like whether you like have a good moral heart or not, like if there's people homeless in your local downtown area, they should have some place to be or go. And I think that the government should provide that. Everyone doesn't have to have an individual house. Like I think that's where the weird things get, like people like with the strong moralities are like, oh, they deserve a home, to own a home. Like I don't know if any of that's necessary, but they should just have a place that they can be to sleep at night. Even if it's not from like I said, out of more place, just because like this is really like crappy on the downtown. Like I kind of don't want to look at you. Can you be somewhere else? But not just like out of the way in like like off in like an unsafe area, but can you have some form of housing, like some like this the cities or states should fund some form of like universal public housing, which we kind of used to. Well, a lot of the projects are actually getting defunded in a lot of communities for different reasons. I know Atlanta got rid of a lot of their housing projects, unfortunately, and it led to bigger issues. And I don't have an issue with Section 8 either, paying for people who do have housing, private like landlords and stuff that do have extra housing.
Okay, sorry, this is a
Oh,
long.
I'm sorry, I gave a whole thing. Sure.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, I was
So
kind of looking at
handouts.
the
Yeah, go ahead.
idea that when we had the stimulus checks, they found that a lot of people were using that money
I
to
can
pay down
barely hear
debt.
you now.
Oh,
You lowered again.
it jumped down again. I thought I had it fixed. But when the stimulus checks were going out, they found that a lot of people used it to pay off credit card debt. And so with UBI, the same thing's going to happen. People are going to be
keep doing
using
it.
it for housing. Yeah, it's just going to keep
Yeah. Keep going.
I can hear you though.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, we
can hear you,
Just
it's just
speak
that
loud.
you get
Just
low.
speak clearly, and you'll be fine.
And so, for the most part, with that being the case, it's found that most people aren't using these handouts to go pay for frivolous items. They're using it to better their lives, to get themselves out of debt, to pay for education. And those are the things that are going to keep people out of poverty. If people can pay for their education, which is especially why I like the idea that they're paying off student loan debts, that's a springboard for people to start their futures as soon as possible. So these are good things. We need these handouts.
I don't think student loan debts are as progressive as we think they are, but that's its own thing.
You don't think not having student loan debts or
Like the idea of like I understand that federal student loans are eventually going to get completely forgiven because like people who go to college are more likely to participate in the economy, like participate in politics and vote. But as far as where the vast majority of student debt is, it overwhelmingly lies in people with like graduate level degrees, like masters and doctorates, and like a lot of dentists, a lot of actual doctors and lawyers are the ones with the vast majority of student loans, and forgiving all of their debt isn't progressive. It's actually extremely regressive. Like these people are going to be fine, and like these people are
No,
going to be
I,
making
I
hundreds of
definitely
thousands of
disagree
dollars.
with that one.
That's what all the data points
Then
to. But I
let's
got you.
then okay. Then
Yeah,
we'll have a fight
yeah,
about that. But
yeah.
then we'll go to
Look into
DQ
that.
first, and yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'm all for like government handouts. I also think that the IRS should give you a tax, like, hey, this is how much you owe every year to make it easier on people than like having to do our fucking taxes like every year. It's fucking some dumb shit. And a lot of other countries don't have the same shit that we fucking do and are just fine. But yeah, like I'm all for like different like government handouts. I'm for like, like UBI, especially because like we don't count like like people who like are stay-at-home moms, dads, NBs, who like stay at home to take care of like their children. There's like sick and elderly like parent. Like we don't count that all as like being paid work, right? Now sometimes like if the older parent is on like social security disability, like they will pay the person to like help take care of them and stuff. But like yeah, we don't really count like families who like have a stay-at-home parent like as work, and like they're not getting paid for their work either. Like I know, yeah, I think that student loan debt will probably be like forgiven, and I'm trying to get my shit like taken care of now that I'm on social security. So like it's just like a lot like that you have to like deal with constantly, and everything is like really expensive, like and I'm also for like the childcare tax credits, that will give money to these parents who will need help to take care of their children. I'm also, like I said, I'm for, like all food stamps and anything that will help people, because I've been there, and it does help and make a difference.
So Azzy, do you want to go? You want to say something on this? Then after I'm gonna yell at Bam for being wrong.
Yeah, the U.S. student loan debt is totals about like 1.6 trillion, and they're paying like between $200 to $300 a month, right? And on average, and everything is just getting more and more expensive, to the point where people can't even afford to like hold cash. Everybody is now like charging everything, so now it's hard to even hold or build any type of savings for retirement. But then people end up dying with their student loans because they can't pay them off, and then people end up doing like debt what's it,
Reconsolidation.
reconsolidation. I just had to think about how I'm gonna reconsolidation, and then all of a sudden like you find yourself paying more than the actual sometimes you're paying more than the actual loan because of the interest rates on the debt reconsolidation. So like people just find themselves, I might as well just keep paying this off. Now I have my qualms on loan forgiveness, even though it would definitely do like a lot of help in the short term. I don't know about the long term though, because like the U.S. Financials globally like sometimes is like a little wonky when you start to put it down on paper. But I feel like but yeah, that's my opinion on that. In terms of like calling reparations a handout, I feel like that's fallacious, because reparations is like has context. Like calling reparations a handout like removes the context from it, and you're just calling it like some type of stimulus check, like economic help because of some something that just happened in the meantime. But it's about what's the word? I just had like a brain fart. It's about fixing what the wrongs that happened in the past, and giving repayment, right, to those who might not be able to like use their like land or businesses or homes to gain any type of economic wealth, right? So it's supposed to be like an apology of sorts. Like handouts is not the right way to like articulate reparations, and people use that to like reduce the meaning of it.
So first of all, Smooth, thanks for being here. Nice to see you, Brent. You're doing well.
Of course.
So I want to yell at Bam for a little bit, and then let's maybe bring in Smooth. Um, Bam, you're wrong about everything. One, on the thing that I haven't seen the numbers, so I can believe you though when you say that most of the debt lies on the graduate side, right? Like on the upper degree side. But still, all right. So let's just stop there, right? Even on that note, this would be a massive help, because even if most of the debt is on the graduate side, on the bachelor degree side, the fact that people carry these loans with them for such a long time, like this would be a boost to the economy in pretty much all ways, even if we just got rid of it for the bachelor degree side. And I don't know why we were even making the distinction between them, but we'll get to that, right? Like the idea here is that, when you got a master's degree or a doctor's degree, that now you're going to be making so much more money that you'll be fine in the end. So there's no real reason to forgive those loans. That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. One, some of them people will be fine, right? Some of them will be making millions and millions of dollars, right? But many people, I don't want to go too far ahead here, but like I think a lot of these individuals aren't making an incredible amount of money, right? A lot of them are teachers. A lot of them are just like making a modest middle class income. It just like having that degree, one, maybe just because they wanted the degree, or because it's necessary to get like a certain type of job, right? Maybe an upgrade in their career path. But that upgrade doesn't necessarily mean it covers all of that massive loan. They still have to carry that. Like even we're talking about lawyers and doctors, right? Not all doctors make a massive amount. Not all lawyers.
We know what the average is. We know the median of what they make.
It doesn't matter what the median is, because the median. Sorry, well, it does matter what the median is. I'm saying that the median doesn't still cover all like these massive loans that a lot of them are being forced to take out. And even if it did, it doesn't mean it still wouldn't be a stimulus to the economy. And then even more than that, because they carry those loans, it changes where they're going to go. And so let's talk about doctors for a second. There are a lot of doctors who want to be general practitioners, who so that obviously is when you're just dealing with like general family care, right? Nothing, no real like specialized.
Yeah, they don't go into specialties.
Right? The specialties are where they make a lot of money. So a lot of them will go like the orthopedics, right? Because that, like, you make a shit ton of money there, or they'll be surgeons or whatever, even if their heart's not into it. But that means is that you'll have a glut of people going there, and then like the best minds or something, whatever you want to look at, that won't be in places that we actually need them, right? It like that, the debt distorts that distribution. So if you get rid of that, then a lot of people are like, okay, well then I can just do what I want, right? And I think you'd see an influx of doctors in a lot of places that would need them. Another example would be lawyers. Lawyers, they carry that massive amount of debt, and what's the best way to get rid of that? Well, go into corporate law, right? Like, we're encouraging more corporate lawyers, which are the worst type of lawyers. Shout out to my friend Pisco, but they're the worst kind of lawyers. Like, rather than doing any other type of law that might be more useful, especially to regular folks.
Civil law.
But it just doesn't pay as much, right? Or like, especially like defense, right? Or like working for what's the city? What's the defenders?
Public
defenders.
Public defenders.
Thank you. Yes, working for public defenders, the worst kind of pay, but where we need them the most, and they don't go there because they have those loans. To wrap it up, because so I can because I said a lot. Like, this would be if we just ejected all student loans, right? No matter where they fell. This would be a massive boon. Economic stimulus, one for just all the people who have those loans on the lower economic scale, right? Even if you just got a bachelor's degree, this would be a massive boon. They don't have this weight on them. They can invest in other things. But even if it's affecting people who are higher up in the income scale, that doesn't mean that they, for instance, can't. They can start a business because, well, I can't start this business. I can't get this loan because I have this debt that I'm already servicing, right? It denies them opportunity, and it denies them the ability to do the things that they like, things that would be useful to our society. So even if it's helping people of a higher income scale, the benefits still rebound down to people in lower income scales. So yes, we should get discharge those loans. But yeah,
Okay.
So
anyone
So
else?
I ended up sharing a little thing. It's from Investopedia, so grain of salt, I guess. Like, feel free to read over it. Just very quickly looked at it, like, would canceling student loan debt actually help the economy? And it's, at least in here, it's saying that canceling debt could definitely go towards narrowing a racial wealth gap. It makes it to where people are able to participate in the economy, which will boost the economy. Like you were just saying, Prime, because then they don't have this massive debt that's like holding them back. Like, there's so many reasons why canceling student debt is the correct choice, and anyone who's against it, I'm sorry. Please learn how to read.
so
Yeah,
the
man, learn how to read.
yeah, I guess so. We're still working on that. So basically, when we talk about closing the racial wealth gap, that those studies only compare college graduates to other college graduates. They don't apply to the general population. Only one in, I think, like less than 25% of Black people have any type of post-secondary education, like anything past high school, type of education past high school. All of your like all of the things you pointed to were like, oh, this is going to help people with just bachelors, but no one appeals to the vast majority of Black people and Americans who didn't go to college. You're telling people
So
who
what does
Wait,
that have
hold
to
on.
do with anything?
it's
No,
Because
no.
wait, because if you
I'm-
didn't have student debt, because we don't have the student debt, people will go into college.
no,
Be
that's
able
making college
to
more
pay.
affordable. That's different from canceling
Yeah,
debt because
that would
these
be.
are two different issues.
Yeah,
No,
yeah.
I would want both. I would want to do both, obviously.
No, no,
Like
no.
that,
But
I feel like that's
but
what helps with it.
no. So look. Here's where I'm at with this, right?
Oh, okay, never mind.
So when you look at the average debt, right? Because
Mhm.
I just looked at a study. That's what I was doing while Prime was talking. Like,
Mhm.
it said the average for Black
It's
people
about
was
30 something thousand,
was
right?
well. Well, yeah, it's something for, well, per Black person, it was like $9,800 more or something like that. Our number was $9,800. Either it was per semester or whatever. Our number was that the white students was 8,500. I don't know how you get that kind of borrower rate, but it exists, right? And I'm like, and we're not even going to college in the same rate that they are. So you're telling me that $1,300 are being made up out of thin air? I, I I'm for us forgiving the debt to help Black people that are trying to do better for themselves and their community. I don't think it's a detriment to go, oh my God, we forgave this debt and we helped these white people out when we helped out the Black people that were trying to do better in the first damn place. Like, those other Black people, there's some of them that they're not trying to do better in general.
So we
So,
should leave them behind.
so it's not leaving them behind to forgive the debt of the people that's trying to go forward. They were gonna. They're no. Those Black people that are there, they're gonna stay there no matter what.
Oh,
Whether
they
they're
should be
in
left
trades,
behind. That's what we're
whether
saying.
none, they're not left behind. They're in trades or they're doing some other job that they feel sufficient in. They don't want to go get post-secondary education, and that goes to the piece of what you were just crucifying Razor for, of its affordability versus forgiving debt. That goes into the affordability piece. Yes, if it was more affordable, more people would go into it. Thus, therefore, we'd get more Black people in post-secondary education. But because it's not, we need to deal with the issue that is, in that a lot of people are being weighed down by this categorically improper debt. And then
I
you
mean, I
also
still have
have
different
that
traits.
hold on. Then you
Sorry.
also have the fact that it's sitting on your credit report, which then puts you in a better position. And then also on top of that, you're black and they know you're black, so thus your credit score is different than your white counterpart that has the exact same fucking circumstance.
They know Bam's
So
black. I mean,
yes,
it's an insane.
Yeah.
forgiving it helps black people holistically. There is no net negative to that. And guess what? When you help those black people that are trying to better themselves and do more, they create, guess what, fucking jobs in their fucking community. And then when they create jobs in the community, guess what? The dumb Tyrone over here can get a fucking better fucking job.
Okay. So if we have an interest in making things easier for job creators, what we want is more tax forgiveness for billionaires.
No,
Those are the job creators.
no. They
Hey,
don't
I
make
thought
No, that's some
no,
bullshit.
they don't make
Guys,
most of the
guys,
fucking,
let
no,
him
they
talk.
do not make they do not make most of the fucking jobs. Our economy is held up by small fucking businesses, and even the rich people know that. They know there's a certain tipping point to where they have to adjust themselves so they don't fuck themselves out of consumers.
Okay, all right. So everyone, I know.
Yeah, don't get
Bam,
that lip shit, Bam.
Wait, hold on. Bam is going to do what he usually does, which is infuriate people. Okay, so that's the thing that's going to happen. We have to let him talk, so then we can respond to him. So go ahead, please, Fred.
So, like I said, I don't want to hear the like, oh, they're just gonna create jobs. Like I said, we know who the largest job creators are in the United States. You could say that like there's a percentage of small businesses that do more, but the largest job creators are the billionaires. And that,
No, they are not.
Oh, okay.
Oh my God, please.
I'm not speaking up. They literally are. They in the United States. When we talk about who cares what happens about the people who don't have degrees? We're only dealing with the ones that do. That's exactly what I was arguing. I'm saying that voters are people who go to college and they have an interest in it. So this is going to happen, but they have no interest in people without degrees. We already have inflation issues in the United States. We already have issues of home being unaffordable. By going to college, we know regardless of the amount of debt that you make, we know it makes you on average like I think now it's up to like $1.5 million more over your lifetime than your high school counterparts. So we also oh my God, bro, you know you don't like when people cut you off. You know you don't.
Yeah, let him go. Let him go, please.
No, because Prime went, then Razor went, then you went. I'm like, so I got just a lot. Just give me like one more minute. Something that Prime spoke to was you spoke to the idea of we don't want, like, who cares if we want doctors and lawyers to be forgiven too, so they can go into other fields. I'm sorry, let me just finish back. Oh, my bad, I lost my point.
Yeah, take your time.
Yeah, when I say that like we're leaving behind people who didn't go to college, you're taking someone who I disappeared. Even my computer doesn't want to talk to me. You're taking someone who makes $35,000 a year. That's the average of a person without I think that's almost, in some places that's still the median. But the average, I think, for a person without a degree makes about $35,000. I think with a degree makes about $52,000 to $55,000, somewhere in there.
Yeah.
So you're taking someone that makes $35,000 and you're taking someone who makes $50,000, $52,000. Again, I'm staying on the low end, the average, and you're telling the person who makes more, who has a better life on almost everything on paper, you're saying we're also going to give you $30,000. That's what debt forgiveness is. We're saying we're giving you this money, basically. An extra $30,000 on top of whatever you're on top of the fact that you're already making more than half the population. We're going to give you more money, and no one ever deals with the rational pieces of what happens to the 50% of Americans that don't have education. Now, if you did want to say like I want to make college more affordable in the future, this is the last thing I'll say. If you did say like I can understand and even sympathize with the arguments of making college more affordable in the future, so more people have the ability to go to it. But No, but like the only question I need answer is how do we deal with the realities of the financial implications of people who don't have college degrees? They aren't going to make as much money as people with them. That's not going to change. They don't make as much. Why are we giving forgiveness to the people, to the highest earners in this country?
Okay,
So
Yeah,
listen,
like what you're talking about.
When you-
Hold on. We got it, because everyone wants to talk at once. Because again, Bam's gonna infuriating people. So we're gonna go to DQ because she had her hand up. We'll go to Azzy, and then we'll go to Smooth. Okay, all right. Razor, sure.
God, Bam, you are truly infuriating me today. God, oh my God.
That's what he
Okay.
does.
Like, whose fault is it that we don't have enough here, like housing? Whose fault that we have artificial inflation? It's all the fucking rich people. It's all the fucking billionaires at the motherfucking top. It's our fucking government. Okay? It's our state creators. Okay? It's all the people at the top as
I
the
don't know about
reason
that.
why we do not have enough of this. Yes, because since the 20 or 08 like boom,
Crash, yeah.
like all of that shit is the reason why we didn't keep up with enough housing. We knew we should have kept up with enough housing. But the people were like, no, we don't want to make enough housing. It's fine. We'll price our housing at $500,000. Anybody here who makes under that 50K, even if we don't have like college degrees, like, or even people who have college degrees, because like that's being real. There are a lot of people who have college degrees who still don't get to make that fucking 50K, okay, with their fucking college fucking degrees. Okay, it's the people at the fucking top that we need to go after. It's why we need to start taxing major corporations back. We need to take that shit back to the fucking 50s and remember that we like need to like tax them at like 70-60%, charging people at like what the bare minimum of 24 to 27% ain't going to help us. Okay, ain't gonna help anyone with taxes. The reason why we have a lopsided tax like loops and holes and all of that shit, right? And who does the IRS go after the most? People who don't have enough money, people who are just making it fucking day to day that get like, or like, well,
Well,
hey,
that's not true. The
no,
IRS,
that is
most
true.
people don't pay
That is
taxes.
true.
Well, that is
true
that's
because
categorical
I have,
fact.
The IRS, most people have a pay
no,
negative,
don't
negative
fucking,
impact taxes.
hey, bam, don't fucking, okay?
Yeah,
It is
don't,
true. It is 100% fucking true that all of this shit fucking happens. But bam, like you are fucking libbed up and not like taking your fucking blinders off to this shit. It's like stop fucking being so goddamn libbed up and like fucking like keeping like all of this other shit fucking happens. Like it like I don't know how leftist everyone else here is. I'm a fucking socialist here. Like like this shit is like fucking ridiculous. We could have equal taxes. We could have like housing. We could have not have artificial inflation if we just did some shit about it. If we didn't leave these fucking politicians in fucking place for 20, 30, 40, 50, 60 fucking years into their fucking 80s and shit. If we didn't have lobbyists going up to fucking Congress so that we have these loopholes. So that way we don't have these shit. Whether that be in our state Congress, because we know that happens here, or whether that happens at federal Congress level. Like, this like fucking pisses me the fuck off. Okay, we know the answer. We know who does this shit. But we refuse to have the political will to go after them. But guess what? You know who's the biggest like generation population after the boomers? You know who had all the children? Our generation. Everybody who is here
Probably
has the
different
biggest fucking political will because we are the biggest generation since the baby boomers. That is a fact. That is 100% fact. That
I
is
think
a
me,
fact.
Kind, Smooth are millennials.
No.
I think
Again,
maybe
we
Ezra, I
are.
don't know.
That's 100% a fact. It is. If you look it up, what the
Oh,
biggest
Queen's millennial
generation
too.
since it is, right? So it's all of us sitting here, fucking here.
Is Gen
Like
Alpha
we have
eligible for voting?
the fucking political will to do it,
Did you have
but
the?
we just have to be the ones who say fuck you to the fucking government, fuck you to all of this shit, and actually fucking move the goddamn needle.
Bam, did you want to respond, or do you want to wait for other people to go?
No, it's fine. Other people can go. Like I
I
said,
don't want to join another
I
Bam
don't.
dog pile.
No, I'm about to say, just do it. Get in on it. It's fine. We're all here now. Like I said, I just don't. I can agree with a lot of things you're saying. It just didn't really reference like why forgiving like dentist college debts.
The why?
the
Why?
solution.
Because it all works for all of us. You act like dentistry is like a $1 billion business too. There's still people who don't like make it into their business, who still have to like close their business, who have to move like individual dentistry to different like places. Like you act like the
we just
same
said
shit
one time.
doesn't fucking happen irregardless. Like it helps all of us. What helps
Well,
one
let's-
person helps all of us.
Let's go to Azzy, and Azzy, we'd appreciate it if you use the word fucking every third word. That would help us follow along. Go ahead.
No, I have a
Give
bigger
it the-
vocabulary than that. I don't curse like that. I once
Sorry,
had an older
give it the-
person.
I do curse when
I
I'm
once had a-
really upset. Sorry.
Yeah,
No,
I'm
give it the
not
ha-
that
give it the
emotional with
has-been
my.
Give it the has-been
Yeah.
hotel treatment. Just cuss for every few seconds. Go.
Ever since I was reprimanded by an older gentleman for saying if you curse too much, that means your vocabulary is small. Yeah, I don't be cursing like that no more.
I don't believe
Plus,
that shit personally, but you
Oh, that guy
know,
wasn't
the
smart, but okay.
smartest people who actually curse are the most smartest, but that's also true. But you know, hey.
What you got, Azzy?
That don't mean I don't got a big vocabulary. Being intelligent doesn't mean you have a big vocabulary. It just means you're smart enough to do your job.
Go ahead, Azzy. Yeah.
But anyway, yeah, like Bam, you put a bunch of misnomers out, but yeah, like and that tax thing, right? Like federal taxes, yes, is like held. Like the burden is like on the top 10%, but the top 10% also includes a lot of people in the middle class. So like even thinking about that is just like my brother is in the top 10% and he's not like balling out there. Like, you know what I'm saying? He like, and they account for like 70% of federal taxes. It's just like income, state and payroll taxes is usually like held like by like low income wages and low income wage earners. But like thinking about billionaires being a lot, yeah, there's a difference between being a job creator and a job sustainer. Like billionaires will do whatever they need to make sure that they stay a billionaire. So like job cuts, like people being exited from their companies, the inflation changing or wages changing. So now all of a sudden the workforce is being shrunk in certain areas or certain locations are being cut in order to build locations in other areas. Like New Jersey, New York, and I think a few other places were like competing with each other to put Amazon, put a low Amazon location because it was gonna give like college graduates a place to have a job, but that doesn't mean they're gonna keep the job. Like think about that. Like entrepreneurial the public sector entrepreneurial efforts, small businesses account for like 2/3 of job creation in certain aspects. So like you have to be careful of the way you analyze job creation, especially if you're gonna go out there and say like let's make our billionaires richer.
What's up, Smooth?
Thank you,
and then, Razor
Fucking
Gift.
Azzy. Thank you.
Needed that.
That
up
last
now.
that
Yeah, because like you know billionaires ain't giving people tenure. They're not saying oh you worked here for 20 years so we don't, and they don't even work with labor unions. So there's no arbitration. They can fire you whenever they want.
exactly.
People-
Unless there's a union that was already in
Yeah.
place.
Who cares about job creation? Like OnlyFans are job creators. So,
Wait.
what does that
Very
mean?
nice job
I don't mean nothing.
Slick. I guess
Very good.
I want to. I guess I'll stick to the point of, since Azzy already brought up the point of the job creation thing. I wanna talk about the whole like forgiveness piece of it all, because I feel like I think it's very disingenuous to not value what bringing someone out of debt does for them. How much disposable income that frees up to where they're actually able to
No, I'm acknowledging.
use their capital to create more capital. My thing is you're looking at people that no matter what they're probably gonna be a worker bee for the rest of their lives, and you're
They deserve
asking
nothing.
and no, it's not that they deserve nothing. if somebody is trying to do better,
You
and
evil,
can
you
help-
also
and you
be.
can help them, and you can help them be greater than what they were. Why would you not do it? It's a net positive for everyone involved, especially when you go back to the fact of, like he said, 2/3 of the jobs created are by categorically small business. If you don't know what a small business is, you probably should look that up so you know what a
Like less than 20
what a
employees is considered small.
no, it's not. It's not just 20 employees. You need to really look it up, bro.
I'm
You
saying
need to really
there's
look
a
it up.
category.
No. The federal government has a true definition of what a small business is, and it's either 100 or 500 employees. And I believe it's under that amount is a small business.
Yeah.
You can
That's-
say
that's
no
okay.
all you no, you can say no all you want to, but when you go to a free site called sam.gov, you can then see what qualifies as a fucking small business, and you'll fucking realize, oh, holy shit, I didn't know that was a small business too.
Oh, it depends
Yes.
on the trade. It depends on the trade. Okay.
Ex-
'Cause I'm about to say, but I've seen people say that like less than like 20 or something, and it falls to a different category, but it may have been
Yeah,
industry
the
I was in.
SBA considers companies with less than 500 employees to be small businesses. Yes.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. I thought so. I thought so because I used to write contracts. I was pretty sure it's 500. So my whole damn thing is this: when you have people that are employing in mass, most of the businesses are employing less than 500 people, and they're employing, and it's a bunch of small businesses trying to compete, trying to exist out here in this world. All right. Most of them, when they go past that threshold, they end up running into all these roadblocks that they're not ready for because nobody's coaching them on it. And then these big companies take that opportunity to go, oh, you're out of protection status. Oh, we're going to F you, and we're gonna take you out of existence. You end up finding scenarios where people end up out of jobs. Fuck that altogether, though. The main point is that if you forgive people of their debt, you allow people that have went to college and are probably going to primarily be your small business owners and starters to employ more people because they have more free capital. They also have more free capital to invest in said business.
But everything you're saying applies to billionaires. That's what I'm saying. Like
no, it's not. It's not about you're looking at things in such a like a oh my God, because they benefited. We already know they're less than 1%. Who gives a fuck if you help 100 people and also help 9,000 other people? Like,
no,
okay,
I'm not telling you.
That's literally the fucking comparison.
No, I'm saying debt forgiveness wouldn't benefit billionaires. That's what I'm saying. I'm not making that argument.
Well, then those 100 people don't give a fuck anyway. They don't even give a fuck about you. But this damn fucking stream.
You're missing what I'm saying.
They don't give a fuck.
You're saying
they're billionaires. They don't give a fuck.
Okay,
we got it. That would have you eat their ass, bro. They would have you lick their shoes.
Smooth got hurt by a billionaire, bro.
We have to make a better
Smooth got hurt by a billionaire.
is that it
Bro,
gives them
billionaires don't care about you. Billionaires don't care about you.
Smooth, you're not.
So you're advocating for people that don't
That's what
care.
you're advocating for. You're
No,
saying
I'm not. I'm saying no.
You're saying if you give people more
that's dumb, bro. That's dumb. That's dumb. That's dumb. Bam, no. So listen, bam.
Loud
noises.
Pull back, everyone. Pull back. Let's let Bam respond to like what you were saying, okay? Right, and then you can go back to him. And guys, let's not be bigoted to the wealth creators in this this conversation. Let's think about them, okay? All right, they're good people.
What?
I'm pointing to the hypocrisy of what we're saying. When we everyone advocates for someone until we're advocating for a category of person that's.
I thought you were a feminist. You don't want to help women anymore?
Yeah.
You don't want to help women?
I'm done.
Women are the primarily, especially black women, are the primary business starter, and you don't want to help women no more? Okay, bet.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, DQ. I'm sorry for the hatred that has been displayed against you, right? The animosity and the vitriol
against a black woman and a black woman who has a college degree. Okay,
I'm pro black woman, so of course I want to get rid of your college.
That's right.
No more than what they deserve.
Hey!
They weren't going to do anything with their lives anyway.
Bam, go ahead. Bam, you can go ahead right now. Tell us about your deep love for white women. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's clearly
Okay.
that's what it's about.
White women who have short hair.
White women with short hair and no degrees.
them blonde butch bodied.
I'm completely like I said. I just don't
I don't
like
like
these.
butch
I don't
body.
like these trickle down economic ass arguments we're making. Give them more disposable income.
Wait.
so they can pass it
I
down
make
to the
no
working
trickle
bees.
down like economic shit.
No,
I
fuck
make none
economics.
of that shit.
I just-
Yeah.
I just
None,
wanna-
no trickle down
Bam.
economics.
Like,
No,
let's
we
bam.
know that
Wait a
shit
wait a
don't
minute,
work.
wait a minute, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a
Bam.
minute. Wait a
Let
minute.
him finish.
Let him
Let him finish.
I
Hey.
want. I don't care who it is. I don't care which one of you it is. I want you to make an argument on how on what's going to happen to the vast majority of Americans who don't go to college. I don't want you to make your argument for this without mentioning what happens to people with degrees. Talk about the rest of America, the other like 55% of people.
Oh wow, that's
So
so
you're just- so
amazing.
you're
No,
talking-
no, Razor. No. So listen, Bam. No, I'm gonna let you go. I promise I'm gonna fucking let you go, Razor. Listen, bro.
Stop trying to be
First
Kanye, bro. Just let
First
Razor
of
go.
all,
No, first of all, somebody in chat saying about think I was actually making the arguments billionaires create jobs. I was pointing to the hypocrisy of the argument. I'm not actually.
no, that's
I
not
don't
even a
believe-
hypocrisy of the argument. You're just dumb.
No,
So
you're
listen,
not-
so,
no,
no,
you're
so
not
first
dumb.
of all,
You're-
no. So first of
You're
all,
not listening.
no, Bam,
Hold
Bam,
on.
I let you go. I'm finna clear this up for you. I'm finna clear this up very simply. Look, the people that you're arguing for, that you're like, oh my god, what happens to them?
That's
They
what it
weren't
sounds like.
participating. They weren't participating anyway.
So they
So
deserve
why?
nothing.
No. Why? No. No. So
God.
listen. No, I'm gonna make a very simple example. If the basketball association makes new rules for motherfuckers that play basketball, why the fuck is people that's not playing basketball complaining about new rules in basketball? They're not even
taxes
fucking
are
playing.
paying for
No,
it.
they're not even
All the
fucking playing the
NBA fans.
game. They're not even playing the
Every
game.
NBA fan
So
who's ever
look,
like watched
because
the
they're
They're
NBA.
not even playing the
They're
game.
paying
Oh,
for it.
no. So look. Here's what happens. When you have the primary job creators being able to have more capital to invest in their business, they're able to do better, and thus they're able to help those people that you're talking about that don't have degrees get a better fucking
You
job.
don't see the trickle down economics you're doing right
Okay.
It's not trickle down because they're already at the
Hold
fucking
on.
bottom. Bro, I've been to college. If you give me a fucking break, guess what? I'm still a broke ass nigga.
now. And you said you're gonna
Just like everybody else.
Hold
fucking
on.
economics
thing.
down to the
Just
people.
like you.
Hold.
If I give you,
tone a little bit. Hold on.
Stop. If I give you
He's right.
if I take your debt away, guess what? You're still a bum ass nigga. That's for all of us. We're by happenstance to the niggas you're comparing us to, we're fucking bums. Your argument is dumb as hell. We don't make that kind of money. We live damn near close to check.
So what do you
You
think
have
people
a
who are
good
actually living check to check?
no. You have a good savings, but you don't have a damn good savings.
about people with
Which
no
means
savings? Which means if there's a true economic downturn, you're just like everybody fucking else. Right,
On the
but
fucking
we're making
street.
them worse. We're making their lives actively worse. We're asking them to pay you.
No, but what we're advocating for is people that make 80,000, 70,000, 50,000, 60,000. All them damn people to get a fucking break, and that's the majority
And you
of
want
people.
people to pay
Yes,
$30,000 to pay for it.
You help more teachers. You help more people that are starting out in trades. You help more people that are entrepreneurs that are starting businesses. You help more people that are working for your civil entities. You are not helping billionaires in mass, because guess
Wait,
what?
so you
If
just-
they
you
have
never find out what- wait,
Bam,
I just want somebody to
this
answer
how
that.
dumb your argument is.
You
If they're
keep talking
truly a
about people that I'm not talking
billionaire,
about.
if they're truly a billionaire and they come from wealth, they don't have no fucking student loans.
Smooth,
They
you don't
paid the
understand what I'm
damn
talking
school
about.
already. They already paid.
Smooth, you don't understand.
Everything,
That's why-
all of that is paid off. What do you mean? No. What do you mean? I don't understand what you're talking about. You're advocating fucking
Okay,
for. You said in direct quote, you guys are trying to do trickle down economics and help billionaires. They're less than
not
1
help
fucking
billionaires.
percent.
I didn't
Nigga,
say
who are
help
you talking
billionaires.
about? Even when you include
That's what I'm saying. You're
millionaires.
just talking.
No,
You know what I'm saying?
even when you
Please,
include
Okay,
millionaires.
okay, all right, we
Please,
gotta move forward.
Two
So we gotta move
percent.
forward. We have to move forward. We have to
Yeah,
move
Smooth.
forward.
Yeah, you just said all that and you did nothing. You just didn't get the argument.
Okay,
Yeah,
let's
no,
go
like,
to our friend.
I got you, Bam, but
Let's
I'll
go
wait
to
for
our.
No, I
Razor.
want somebody to actually get me.
I was trying to.
I
Hold on, I'm
will
trying
address it
to.
later on, but let's go to Razor first, please. Go ahead.
Believe me, I'm trying to understand where you're coming from. I wanted to ask a very specific clarifying question, but could you please repeat what you had said earlier? Because I lost it all in that screaming.
I'm saying I want someone to show me why why deleting the debt or using our tax, depending on how you draw it up, using the taxpayer money of the vast majority of Americans who don't have degrees to supplement the debt of the highest earners in this country isn't regressive. How are we benefiting the vast majority of Americans who don't have college degrees? How are they benefiting?
So I would say, and I know and I'm sure I know what it's going to sound like, but I'm not going for this. I would say that by having the people who are having their stuff forgiven, they end up being able to use their discretionary spending a little bit more so to end up boosting the economy, which does eventually go towards more consumers being able to more consumers in the economy, which then does make businesses want to hire more people to deal with all the new influx of consumers, so then more jobs do end up getting created. But it's not because you're giving more money to the because you're giving more money to the top billing people who are making all the jobs, but it's because more money is now being spent for more goods and services. So then the businesses that are already there and or possibly will be created by all the people who are now have the possible capital to make a new business, they will be able to have jobs be created for everyone else who didn't go to college. It's not exactly trickle down. It's more building up, because the best way to create jobs is to have the consumer have power, and that power is the money going into either small businesses that are already there or current businesses that have been around for a while but don't hire enough because they think that's going to cost too much to hire more people. But you're now getting more people buying more of your shit. You need more people to sell more shit. So
you're asking. I mean, first of all, you took the long way around to still describe trickle down economics.
It's not. Still,
that's not fucking trickle down. Trickle down economics is when you give tax breaks to fucking 1%. Trickle down economics is what the conservatives have been fucking doing.
Smooth, you're done.
Equating that shit.
Smooth,
Man,
you're
you're
done.
better than this shit. You're better than this. I did not come on this fucking string for this bullshit. What the fuck are we lying? What the fuck are we lying? Why the fuck are we even entertaining this shit?
Okay.
No, this is bullshit.
I got this, Smooth.
This is bullshit. I did this 33 years, and I did not live 33 years to hear a Negro complain about fucking trickle down economics, and it's not even how this fucking shit works.
Nah,
you fucking
clips.
insane?
Nah, he's farming clips. He farming clips. Mute him. I know exactly what you're doing. I know exactly what you're doing. You're not putting us on TikTok.
I agree that Bam has betrayed the whole race. That's true. Okay, all right.
Hold on.
But
Okay,
stop giving this Negro clips.
Like 3 words,
You will not put me on TikTok without
hold on.
proper compensation.
Razor, then Bam.
Wait,
okay, so there's a very specific thing about. So there is a. Sorry, I wasn't finished, but Smooth jumped in. Sorry. So when it comes to the whole thing you're talking about, the whole thing you're saying, like it sounds like roundabout trickle down. I know, but at the same time, that particular term of trickle down is obviously a joke thing that I think a comedian made up for that term. The actual terminology for it is supply side economics, where it is doing the tax breaks and giving the corporation, the billionaires, more money in order to quote unquote create jobs, but they never do because they always put it into their bank accounts offshore because of rich money bags, the fucky eat the rich. But what we're saying with like student loan forgiveness is that the average people like me, Lethe, Queen, Azzy, Smooth, all that, anyone else who's ever gone to college for even or even trade school. I'm currently still have a debt from trade school. I if I didn't have that I probably would join my friend in his currently newly made business of his own making as a tech as a HVAC tech but / installation guy. But because I have my debt right now, I don't want to go into that the possible volatility of that and risk losing out on the comfort that I currently have with my current job. But I would be willing to take that risk if I didn't have the debt to deal with.
Okay,
So that's something that's what, at least with me now. And again, the talking about the different people who didn't go to college and make what you're saying, it still is just that even the people who went to college would end up getting more money, which would then have more consumer power going into the economy, which then helps everyone, regardless if you've gone to college or not. It's
Nah,
nice
bump all that cushy stuff, Razor. I don't like none of what you said, man. Move into your mama house,
guys,
and go join your brother.
We gotta let Bam respond. Mordecai, you also want to say something?
I just had a quick question for Razor. If you were to pay off your student loan debt, where in the hierarchy of lower, higher, middle class, where would you be?
If I were to pay off my student debt, I would be like low. I think I would at this point lower middle class maybe.
That's why it's not trickle down. You're creating a middle class.
You're advocating, like, you're using a perfect example. I'm dealing with where the vast majority of that debt is. I'm saying the vast majority of that debt isn't with the person that's making just enough to get by. That's just not where the student loan debt is played.
Where does the middle class
Smooth.
He farming.
Come on, Smooth. No, we gotta go. I know what's going on.
Smooth, if you farm one more clip without paying each of the 6 other individuals up here, I'm gonna file a lawsuit. I'm gonna sue you. Cut his mic.
I'm fine with everybody fight me, but just let me respond every now and then.
I'm not trying to fight you. I'm just trying to get clarity.
Sure.
I want to say something after this, so go.
I'm trying to educate Bam. That's what I'm trying to do. I want my brother smarter.
When I describe what I personally mean, and what the definition, every definition that I've read describes when you talk about trickle down economics, it's saying that whenever saying that how do we help the people below? We don't give the money to the people below. We give the money to some level of person above them, and it's eventually going to work its way down to them. That's what that's the argument we're making. And that's the argument that everyone around here has made. They've made some variation of free up their debt, they can create a business. Wait a minute.
Oh my God! Everyone, please.
They're gonna create. They can create some level of business, or they're gonna have that individual is gonna have more disposable income, and they're gonna be able to buy all types of nice things. And maybe somewhere down the line, possibly, probably could, not gonna happen. The average person who works in a mechanic shop or is gonna somehow get a piece of that money. Even though we understand that this person, even though we understand how inflation works, and we understand that if we're giving some of the higher earners more money, more disposable, and not just more money, more disposable income. All that's going to do is increase the cost of daily goods and services. But we haven't said anything on how we're gonna, in response to this newly found disposable income, supplement the people who you're asking to pay for it.
So, Bam, what we're basically saying, or at least I'm saying, in regards to why it's not trickle down, is you're rebuilding a middle class. That rebuilding middle class is going to provide jobs, because as their businesses grow, they're going to need to hire more people. They're not going to be able to do like the people that would be the trickle down people, like the Walmarts and everyone else that they said we're going to give people more jobs. They just automate out, offshore, do everything else rather than giving people jobs. So the smaller businesses are going to become slightly larger businesses. That's not going to be trickle down. That's bottom up economics. You're rebuilding a middle class.
It's like I said.
Because there's a literal class of people below them that we're discussing.
But you said no. That's contradictory to what you said, because you said they weren't relevant to the conversation anyway.
So no, I'm saying they're only relevant to the conversation. The conversation I want to have is focused on the people at the bottom.
You understand that?
Bam. So again, Bam. The thing that you were saying about trickle down economics, the actual terminology, that's the joke term that people have made fun of it forever with Reaganomics and stuff like that. That's what they
Powernomics
called it. It's the actual term for it is supply side economics. In other words, like what you are thinking is the Walmarts and the Targets and all the other people getting all the money, and then them saying they'll trickle down to everything.
I'm just saying that you're making arguments about the. I'm just asking how.
What we are saying is that their middle class needs to be expanded and actually built up. Is there still going to be people underneath the middle class? Obviously, that's good. Obviously, I wish there wasn't. I very much don't even like the class system, unfortunately.
But let's say
I have a question.
This is the upper class. This is the lower class. We're saying a middle class doesn't currently exist now, right?
Yes.
Correct.
Okay.
Virtually
So we're expanding that. Watch what happens when we expand these two things. What's happening to the bottom? They're going down.
Well, this is where you're making
no, they're not going down. They're becoming a part of the middle. You can raise people up. You're being disingenuous. Stop being dumb.
But no one has upward movement in society like we should have.
Yes, but
look at him clipping up stuff right now.
You're not advocating for any movement for the people who don't have this debt.
No,
they're just paying off your debts. That's all they're doing. They're saying, I make $25,000
Read
right now.
the definition. Read it. I dropped 2 of them in the chat. Read them.
Oh, but all I know is that the bottom is getting further away from the top.
No, that's not what trickle down economics is. Read the definition. I gave you 2.
He gave you 2.
Again, I'm talking about
in the chat. So everybody,
this one you're not keeping up.
No, I am keeping up. You're saying trickle down economics. That means you're wrong.
The audience can't hear either of y'all because y'all just shouting. This is what I meant by vocabulary. Vocabulary also comes with like demeanor. You know, like y'all acting crazy right now.
Stop trying to like police people's words and shit like Black people do. Like, don't do that shit.
Don't. Hold on. All skin folk and kinfolk. Don't stop that. Cut that out.
Hey, let's let Bam go.
Yeah, I'm just clarifying what I'm saying because for your responses. In that moment, like I said, I made my argument for trickle down economics. But when I was doing this, that wasn't the discussion on trickle down economics.
You didn't make your argument
at all. Say anything. Let him go.
That was a response to Razor's argument about that we're creating a middle class. When creating that middle class and expanding it, that means there's a lower class, and the lower class I'm talking about, the lower class that will be left in remainder is people who didn't go to college. They are that becomes well, it already is, but that like stabilizes itself as you're now forever lower class.
That's not necessarily true. You're talking. No. Stop. No, can I take a turn? No, what you're talking about is like retail workers without degrees, like individuals who are individuals without college degrees often benefit from individuals who are in the middle class with less debt because now they're able to afford retail, which has like high earners because they're more likely to interact with the lower class individuals, or not the lower class, but the lower class businesses, or those who started their own businesses, like for like plumbers and construction workers and lawnmower, like what's it called?
I'm talking about business owners. I'm talking about,
for instance, let me just end it. Landscapers, like they're able to afford those retail prices, like they're not haggling or bargaining, or they're avoiding them altogether because instead of just maintaining their like lifestyle, right, or maintaining the property that they have, right, which a lot of, like I said before, they overwhelmingly maintain the burden of property tax and sales tax. So instead of trying to keep up with that, they're able to like have somebody come in and like cut their lawn or redo their plumbing or redo their roof so that the value of their property can go up. So that there's a circular share of revenue going between the middle class and the lower class. When you're talking about billionaires are like
We don't have to deal
outsourcing
with billionaires right now. That was just a point out of hypocrisy. This isn't about billionaires, and I'm not anti-entrepreneurship. Entrepreneurship, I think, still technically creates the most millionaires in this country.
But it's harder. But it's harder to create entrepreneurship.
What about the mom that just works a retail job? I'm saying what
the mom that works just a retail job. Yeah, like.
Yeah, and guess
the
what?
She won't lose her job.
Yeah, she won't lose her job.
UBI.
Continuous.
Wait, what? Wait, she just lose her job. That's the solution?
No, I'm saying she won't lose her job. If there's more money in the economy, they won't need to downsize.
You dipped there again, friend. We didn't hear you. Could you repeat it, please?
Or other businesses will be able to open up so she can get a better job. But in a lot of cases, these businesses are closing up in low-income areas. They're closing down just about everything out there because there is nobody able to put money into it.
I'm sorry, friend. Hey, Waterkai, we missed a lot of that.
I mean, I heard him. What he said.
You heard him?
heard him
Okay,
too.
great. Okay.
I didn't hear it.
I think that's an argument you could make. I think with the one,
It's
well, I mean, like here's the only solution I've heard to it is like the only thing. Well, I mean, and maybe someone else could make another argument. Like I haven't heard something I super agree with yet, but some people say that like these types of existences can't. Like you just can't make it anymore. Like basically, college needs to become more affordable because you can't exist without a college degree. Like that, and that's a solution I can. Well, that's a answer, whether it's a solution or not, that I can come to accept. That like, oh yeah, the people that just work retail jobs that don't have any type of further education, the reality is their life like that can't be an existence that happens in the United States anymore. And you make it. And
No, it can.
so it's called having an actual skill. Okay, unskilled labor. If you're an unskilled laborer, then yes, you have the unfortunate byproduct of getting paid the bare minimum. Okay, but if you have a skill of any sort, you are able to do more in this economy, and that is a fact. People pay for skills. Whatever your skill is, people are willing to pay for it if you are talented enough. Excuse me.
Look at Etsy. Look at Etsy.
That's the fact. That is the fact of it all. Now, if you want to really get into the, you want to really like deep dive into these unskilled labor force, and you're like, oh my God, what are they going to do? They're going to become skilled. That is their only option. You can't do anything else for them besides provide them an opportunity to become skilled. But guess what? If they try and use any of those programs, they're going to end up in fucking debt. That's why if we forgive everybody, it puts them in a position to go, okay, I can go become a part of this program, become skilled labor, whether I do a 2-year program, a 4-year program, or some condensed accelerated program to get some sort of certification to where I can become skilled labor.
Like you have to understand. Hold on, Bam. Hold on, Bam. You have to understand.
Unskilled labor, you're gonna have with you always. There's always gonna be people that are unskilled. That
you have to understand. Yeah.
But those unskilled labor positions are meant for younger people. What you have is a bunch of older people who did not try to do any damn thing for the most part. Some of them didn't try.
That's fucking bullshit.
No. Some of them didn't try. I'm just saying some. I'm not saying all of them didn't try. I'm just saying some. Some of them did not try.
Yeah, we do need to reduce our NEET populations, but other than that,
so does if you provide them an opportunity, and a lot of them didn't try because it makes no sense to go into debt when you're already in debt. If you already have debt, what would I go further into debt to make myself possibly better? It's not even a guarantee that you're going to get a degree and be better. You get a certification and be better. Our society has no guarantees. So I don't even blame unskilled people for wanting to stay unskilled and just work.
Okay.
That's why you have people that get 2 jobs instead of going to college.
Okay.
That's bullshit too.
Okay. It is bullshit, but hey, It's a part of life.
No, it's because fucking
What?
like there's
That's
not
not a
enough
quotable.
money. We're not
That's
getting
not-
paid enough, and because we don't have fucking unions in anything. Okay, if we have more unions in all of the jobs that we fucking work, that would be helpful. That would also help and raise a lot of people out of fucking poverty because
It-
everyone would be getting an equal wage no matter what the fuck you're doing, and the union would be there for you to help you to also make sure that you're just not getting fired fucking willy nilly. You call up the fucking union rep, you are going to get fucking like that person is going to get fucking handed to them. They're going to
That
get
doesn't
handed.
that,
No,
that
no,
doesn't
unions-
necessarily mean.
only
Even if
problem-
I'm pro-union, unions
Green-
stand like massively in the way of small business creation. It's really,
That's
really
right.
hard
No, they don't.
for a middle class person to start a business. If you tell me I have to pay you if I want an employee, I have to pay them $25 an hour. Like
But
and I have to provide these different levels of and then everyone's gonna say, "Well, my business should
Hey,
be."
you know what? You know what? Yeah.
No. You just made up a wild number.
Sure, I
If
went to
we had
$25 an
universal
hour because that's
healthcare,
what people
that
advocate
would
for.
take care of a
No,
lot of
Bam,
other
no,
shit
hold
about
on.
healthcare too.
Okay, no, because that thing with the unions or whatever, unions will write up specific contracts. They do not always have to. They will not always have to make you say you have to do this. If they know that your earnings are not enough to pay workers that much, they'll at least make it to where the workers you have are covered through cover whatever benefits are needed and whatever pay they can't that the business can't afford. The unions will work with the companies majority of the time in order to have a fair wage for the worker that they just hired. So saying that the union will always say like make it $25 an hour.
No, I'd use that as an example because that's what people advocate for as a minimum wage.
No, that's true, but again, unions wouldn't do that.
Would you be for or against a $25 minimum wage right now?
Don't let him move the goalpost. Don't answer that.
No, I know.
You can say that. You can say that. No, that's probably too high.
Do not have union
No, it's
requirements.
depending-
Just throwing
hold
that
on,
out
hold on,
there.
Hold on. Depending on the state and the cost of living in the state, I am willing to adjust the minimum wage. I would want my idea for a minimum wage federally is universal something minimum wage. I forget the exact term I'm looking for here, but basically every state would universal adjustable minimum wage. There we go. Where every state, depending on the cost of living, the minimum wage needs to be set for hourly pay. That's what I would want.
Well, Smooth argued that
I can I throw in that real
wage.
quick?
I argue what?
I also
what?
think that like your in like the state or like federal income should also be set to inflation levels also to adjust for that automatically. Just saying.
Oh yeah, no, that would definitely be added into a universal adjustable income.
Okay.
I would want that. Yeah.
Okay.
And all these things stand in the way. Not stand in the way, but they make things more difficult for
Okay.
smaller businesses.
No, because
looking at
there's
my-
no requirement for unions under 15. Under 15 and like employees, there is no requirement for unions. Okay,
I
so you
don't
get
know
more
what
number-
targets
targets.
we're doing.
there's no
Requirement.
number
That-
of
Mean,
that's-
like,
That's what it is.
requires
That,
30%.
that
no,
that's
it's
what
no-
it is.
There's no
That-
requirement for unions. I think you mean like you
30%.
can't have a union within a shop
less
that's
than 50
smaller than that. I
people.
think that's what you're trying to say.
That's-
Well, essentially, you need 30% of the employees to form a collective bargaining unit. If you're that
Yeah, I
small of
know.
a business, you're probably
At
not
that
going to
point,
have
you
a
already
union
are
for it.
technically a union because you're all like within you're all like
Yeah, and you're
within
probably
close
treating your
proximity.
business like your employees pretty well, and also
Like
Okay.
you're probably treating them like partners.
So
more than
I
unions.
Yeah.
just gotta,
Yeah.
okay. I'm gonna engage with Bam here for a little bit.
Engage.
Yeah.
Thank God.
Fire up and engage, let's go.
Yeah, friend.
What's up?
So you
Roy
wanted
and
to talk about you were saying that the it's regressive to have the student loan forgiveness, and you want an argument for the people who didn't get student loans, right?
Or just people without any post high school education.
Oh,
Which
yeah.
it would be one thing if we were talking about this was 10% of the population, but this is like over 50% of the population.
Sure. One, I don't think that to be a progressive a progressive policy
that necessarily needs to affect the entire population, right? So, like for instance, if we were to create a policy that directed public funding, right? Like that was like, let's say we create a tax and we're taxing billionaires, okay, whatever, right? And this billionaire tax is then going to help the homeless, right? Well, there's only a relatively small population of the U.S. that is homeless. Wouldn't say, well, what about the people who aren't homeless, right? Like, like what's the
If
argument?
they weren't
'Cause,
negatively
when
affected by it, but if you ask those other people to pay for it,
if
it would.
sorry, if you're
Those
saying
homeless
you're
people
asking the other
didn't
people to
have
pay
all of
for it,
that.
do you think that people are directly paying for a so like how do you think a student loan forgiveness would work?
Well, there's two different philosophies. There's one philosophy of just pretending, like basically Xing out the debt and as if it like never existed. Basically, you just round out the books and no one paid for anything. Argument, and then there's another argument that like basically these were legitimate loans that well, at least as far as federal, these are legitimate loans, and basically you would set aside a percentage of the GDP each year until it was considered paid, like until it was paid in full, but you wouldn't, until it hit zero. The third part, and you can respond to all of this, is there's a difference between debt forgiveness and making college free or more affordable. Like
Yeah.
you can cancel out all the debt tomorrow,
Yeah.
and then the next kids that go to school like start re-ramping the debt up. That's why I say there's a differentiator between saying I
Absolutely.
want to forgive debt and then I want to make college free or affordable.
Yeah.
So I
So
want to do both, obviously.
So yeah, like, and I see you I see you Smooth. Okay. We
And
can
I want
have
to go
you
after.
Smooth and then DQ. Okay. So like Razor said previously, I would be more in favor of making college affordable. I mean, I'd be in favor of both. Like Smooth said, not Smooth, Razor, excuse me, said previously. I'd be in favor of both, but you're right. You're correct to say that these two things are completely different, and that's important. I would say that we have a entire generation of Black individuals who, especially Black women, who went to college, or yeah, who went to college to better themselves, but then didn't even get the benefit of that, right? We have a we have so many people who make it to college, are from working class families, right? We have more people go to college than ever, but there are working class individuals, and the debt would mostly like would go to stimulating that part of the economy, right? To take that off their backs, so then they can then invest in their communities. But you asked specifically, sorry, the thing I'm hesitating on is because you asked specifically not to talk about them. You wanted to talk about the everyone who didn't get a education. Fair enough.
Right.
Because
it doesn't necessarily increase their incomes.
Yeah. So let me try get this from another angle. Do you think that's a bad thing, that you can have a policy that doesn't necessarily affect everyone? That makes it a bad policy? Is that what you're trying to say? Because maybe you're not saying that.
No, I don't mind if it doesn't affect. I'm arguing that it's regressive. I'm arguing that it negatively affects.
You think it negatively affects everyone else, but
because if the person that made $60,000, but basically only got to live on, or actually I looked it up, it's actually 77 now is the average pay for a bachelor's degree across the United States. It's going up. So the person that was making $77,000 is but had to for the first few years of his life lived on like 50 basically because he was really aggressive on his student loans. It's now like boop, all of that's gone, and now he's making 77, still back to making 77, but this other person who is still at 30 or 35 So before, those two people, one was making 30,000, the other was making 55,000. Now that person's debt forgiven, they're making 77,000 now, and this person's still making 30,000. I'm saying that $30,000 isn't going to go as far now.
I don't get this. Where this $70,000 comes from?
okay.
I'm sorry, I'm lost there.
So hold on.
You're saying that's the
what
average
this
amount
average
that's
thing.
being made by
Okay,
Yeah,
so the
yeah.
average. So you're saying that
Yeah.
the average person
So-
makes 70, so they're going from 50 to 70. Is that what you're trying to say?
Well,
People who have bachelors.
Right. But people who have bachelors. Okay.
yeah,
Sorry.
they're distancing. They're literally distancing themselves from
So-
the majority of Americans who don't have.
Okay,
degrees.
so
Huh.
so Bam, like
Oh,
with the
wait,
bit that
wait,
I had
wait.
said earlier.
So
Hey,
hold on,
with the
hold
bit
on.
I had
Let's
said
move
earlier,
them.
guys,
about
guys. I was asking
Yeah.
them questions. I'm
He was
engaging
clarifying.
them.
Prime was doing the thing.
We did the
Yeah,
thing.
yeah. Prime
Uh,
is still, yeah.
Okay, so you're saying that taking and but then make that connection for me, right? So explicitly make the connection. So you're saying we've lifted a burden off a portion of the population, right? So they're effectively making more money
Yes,
than they
and
did
that-
previously, right? And then you're saying now the other person's
It's
dollar's
like
not
it's
gonna
going
go
to
as far?
inflate it's not going to go as far. Like I think it's going to inflate the cost of other goods because
So
more people have disposable income now.
So more
Like,
people
if-
have disposable income, and what they're going to spend that income on.
Right. They're either going to spend it like whether that be simple things like groceries or maybe buying homes, which again are all things I'm think are good. But if you're a homeowner, if you're in the homeowners, like if you sell homes, you know that people have more disposable income. Well, like there is going to be some level of you're going to increase the prices of homes because people
So
can
are
afford
you
more
are
now.
you for? So let's turn this the other way around. Are you for reducing people's disposable income? So if you want, if like this follows your logic, then if we reduce everyone's disposable income, then everyone's dollar will go farther, right? Because there's less of it out there in the economy.
I mean, that's literally true. Like, so whether that's a good thing or not, I mean, like, because it's literally true, just based off of like,
Yeah. So let's take people's disposable
Yeah.
income, right? Let's.
I mean, isn't that kind of what people like in the long and short of it? Isn't that kind of what people are advocating for? Again, I know when we talk about taxing the 1%, aren't we literally saying you have too much disposable income? We should probably reduce it.
No.
The rest of the economy
I
and
so-
give it to people at the lower quintiles.
so
See, this is why I'm for universal.
It's not- So when I argue about taxing the rich, right? It's because that money goes and affects our political landscape, right? Like that money is then used to affect our government. It's used as influence, basically, right?
Yeah, but
And
and when I
influence-
say 1%, I'm not even jumping all the way to like the $200 billion guy. I'm saying that like we increase taxes on like
That
people making
is
300,000.
the $2 billion, 200.
No,
billion.
1% is
So-
like I think 1% starts at like 300K now or something.
But that's all. No, that's all of them.
But
Oh my
that's
God.
about like a 100 mil. With the 1%.
1% is not 100
above
mil.
That is, and the
it doesn't matter what
maybe,
it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter.
and I think you're thinking 0.1% for the two bills
It-
stuff.
I mean, it doesn't matter, right? Like, so I would just, so you're saying you want, where do you want to set it, right? What, like, does it,
No, we're good.
is this
Yeah.
point important to,
Well,
your-
it's significant in that there's like basically we're not just talking like I don't want you to think we're just talking about 10 people when you say taxing the 1%. The 1% in the United States
Yeah,
could
it's-
probably be
I get you, I
tens
get
of
you.
millions of people, or or
Yeah,
maybe not
yeah,
tens of
yeah.
millions,
So
but
you're millionaires and people who make high six figures. Sure. Okay.
Yeah.
I hear you.
Sure.
All right.
yeah, that's what I meant.
So, I mean, I don't know. This seems like a side point, though.
Why do
right?
we tax them?
Yeah,
or
we
why
tax
do
them.
people advocate for increasing taxation on them?
Why do people advocate? Well,
It's close
Uh,
to $1 million. I was
it doesn't.
about
So-
800,000.
Oh my god, please, guys. Like, what's going on here? Please. Please. So there's multiple reasons to do that. I mean, so some people look at it as reducing or using that money to directly pay for services, right? So like within like a state's budget, then you use that money because you're taxing these individuals because they benefit from the state's infrastructure, and you're saying, well, if you benefit the most because you have businesses, because those businesses use the roads, right? And like your trucks drive across the roads and they wear down the road, so you got to pay more into the pot for fixing those roads, right? Or you use the internet infrastructure, the electricity infrastructure, and your use of it is greater, your benefits greater, so that you pay more into it. That's one way of looking at it. Not everyone, and then when you're talking about the federal level is different. Not everyone looks at it as a one-to-one. Hey, the dollar comes in from this rich individual, and we're using it to pay for this social program. But that's a longer conversation. But still, it's like it's not simply to reduce their disposable income. I don't need to just reduce a person's disposable income, but for anything, and it's not to make my dollar to go far. That's definitely never in the conversation.
I think it's I would say it's maybe not, that may not be the intention, but that's a justification for it. We can tax you more because you have more that can be taken. You have
but
more.
It doesn't make my dollar go farther, or anyone's dollar go farther. That's your argument, right?
I think it does.
Taxing them, it makes their dollar go farther. Well,
I think it literally does.
I think versus factually,
it makes your dollar go farther.
No, it does not. That's not how economics work.
Wait, I don't think you understand inflation. The more dollars.
No. You have such a surface level of inflation in economics. It is literally laughable. It is literally fucking laughable. I am despising
money, more dollars into the economy.
No. That's not exactly how it works. And if you don't have a total understanding of economics, it is best you just don't comment on it at all.
Nothing I've said is incorrect. I'm making strong statements now. I'm trying to be nice. Nothing I'm saying is incorrect. The more dollars you push into the economy, the higher the inflation is going to be for that said economy. Yes.
But
by definition, yes.
No.
But $1 billion.
Yes, you can't make more money. You can't just print money endlessly.
No. So hold on, y'all. No. You're talking about supply of dollars versus volume of dollars that are actually being spent. They're totally different. Raising the denominator, okay, versus raising the number on the top of the numerator of the fraction is completely fucking different.
Sure, that's why. But I'm talking about adding more dollars to the economy.
No. That's why I know you don't have a good understanding of what you're talking about, because we're talking about raising the numerator and not the denominator. The denominator, when you raise the denominator, that's what causes inflation, because you're talking about raising the total supply of dollars from, let's just say, we went from $1 billion to $1.5 billion being available. Guess what? That's inflation. However, if you take the numerator and you still have $1 billion available, and now instead of have it in circulation $300 million to $500 million, that means everybody has more fucking money, but that doesn't mean the volume went. That doesn't mean the denominator actually went up. And that's what I'm trying to tell you. You don't understand. No. You don't understand economics.
We are, but we literally are raising the denominator because
you're not.
But if you say something,
you don't even know what I was going to say. You know, I was disagreeing.
No, I know, and that's why I want to finish. If you take money from people through taxes, okay, that's money that was already in the that's already out there, that's already printed. Therefore, it does not cause inflation to move that money around because it's money that's already available. It's already printed. What happens with inflation is the federal government made more fucking dollars. That causes inflation.
Whenever
the government does these big bailouts It causes inflation. When you have those stimulus checks that went out to everybody, unfortunately, that causes inflation because it
That
came
doesn't cause
from the
inflation.
government. It does because the government
did
like
for a
kind of
little
just they had to borrow money to make that happen. We didn't have it. We didn't have it to
We
give.
have
the
money. We
reason
have
We no
money.
no. We actually
No,
no
at
no
the
no. We
time.
actually no. We borrow too much money all the time. We actually didn't have it to give. Our budget, the deficit in which we do the economy is really messed up.
So
Yeah,
when
all
all
of it's in
that
the
money
all of it's in the
flooded,
Cayman Islands.
when all that money flooded into the economy, the demand outpaced the supply. So then that's what caused the inflation. When you had it,
I feel like
There's
it's
also
blind leading the
a thing.
blind
There's
right
also
now.
a thing where corporations have been shown, and it's been proven that they purposely price gouge their shit.
that's
Yep.
the other portion.
That's
Yeah,
right. That's artificial inflation, which is
yeah,
what I was talking about a lot of times.
yeah. I think there's
So
been
the
a lot of
thing that
artificial
I think
inflation.
This is, I'm about to say
I
the,
don't.
the
I feel
point
like
of this is just getting back to the you can circle back or respond.
yeah. I think this is a lot of the blind leading the blind here. I'll be clear. The economics isn't my strong suit, so I'll state that off the bat.
I need my friend who's getting their PhD in econ right now to come on and talk about some damn economics. Another wonderful Black NB friend.
Okay, so bam. Sorry, what part do you want me to respond to?
Yeah, I was about to say you don't
There's
respond to
a lot.
anything related to this. It's basically just it's still dealing with the implications of I make $30,000. You like the amount of disposable income you had, who was a
Okay,
higher
so
earner
let me
than
ask you this then.
Yeah.
Do you also think that welfare, or however you want to call it, because there's multiple names for it, but welfare is a negative program because it's putting more money into the economy, and so other people's dollars don't go as far.
No, but it's benefiting, but it literally is targeted means that's at the bottom of the economy.
So I mean, so what? But I'm not at the bottom, so I don't get welfare. Right? I'm not at the bottom of the economy, but like I'm closer. I'm definitely closer to it, right? Like let's say
I'm at the bottom.
let's say I'm just outside of welfare, right? Just over the limit, right?
Yeah.
I'm not getting it, and it's targeted to the people below me.
Right.
But then there's more money in the economy, and so my dollar isn't going as far. So would that
Yeah,
mean-
it doesn't benefit you, but you can justify the progressivism of it. It's progressive. It's
hold on, no, but
What?
it hurts me. Wait a minute, hold on, no.
No,
Yes,
it's not.
But it
every
hurts me.
policy hurts someone, but it's
Okay.
progressive in who it's benefiting.
So, but
No,
why
it's
is this
not.
one progressive and the
Increasing
other one?
tax, but it's one because one's helping people at the top, the other's helping people at the
No,
bottom.
no, it's not. But it's not always.
It's
helping
not
people
that
out.
simple.
It's not that simple at all. First of all, the people all right, the people who start off with like from families like who are who have high incomes, right? A lot of them don't need loans to begin
Really
with,
white families.
right? They're not even taking out loans. The loans are going to people who are more working class, more middle class, right? So people
Sure,
near
their families were, but it's irrelevant what you're. Well, it's not irrelevant. It's relevant.
Yeah.
But basically, I'm not. Yeah, I almost made a stronger statement than I wanted to. It's not.
Okay.
It's not irrelevant your
Okay.
family situation prior to college, but post college, it's like depending on the type of degree you have, dramatically changes the income for the rest of your life. So it's weird to point that like my mom didn't make money, but I'm now
Hold on.
a
The
corporate
reason why
lawyer.
I'm pointing that out, though, is I'm saying that the people most likely to have those loans are the people who who are coming from the least amount of generational wealth, right? In which
Right.
you can't lean on other assets to pay for that college, right?
But what if I'm making $250,000 now?
If you are making, first of all, if you are making $250,000, and like I said
Right.
previously, many people, even if they get that PhD, aren't making $250,000, right? That's a minority.
I was just pointing out the idea of like saying that like, oh, you come from a family that went to a situation post college can like depending on what happens can dramatically change. Like that becomes
Depending
more or
on what
less relevant.
happens, could dramatically change your life. Yes, but for
And on
most
average,
people,
for the most people who have these post secondary degrees, we do know what they make.
yeah, but then we also know the massive amount of loans that they have, right? And so you're saying that this person who didn't come from generational wealth, right? All of a sudden is making a lot more money, sure, but then also have an incredible amount of expense or debt in terms of their student loans. And so how do they deal with those student loans? Well, they move into parts of the economy that may not be the most useful for the nation in general. And they don't invest in anything, right? So maybe they want to start a business, but they couldn't start that business because of the loans, because of their that servicing this is the most important thing to them, right? So like if we get rid of that debt, even for people, but again, that's the point that I just don't want to focus in on, because the only part you're looking at is people making the most money.
Well, no, I'm just I just want to deal with the average. Like I'm pointing to the most as like an issue.
Sorry,
but even
The average is 77.
You got
I'm
those
looking at
fucking
it.
blinders on,
bachelors.
dude.
He was talking about bachelors. Hold on. Can we actually get some numbers here? So that part of the problem,
The average for
like,
bachelors is 77,000.
yeah, but no, but he's not talking about. So the
bachelors. Yeah, I understand you're advocating for bachelors. My initial argument was that most people with debt are like most of the debt.
No,
No, but there's still a lot of people.
I dropped the link.
Hold on. What are you saying? And that's why I want some numbers, because we haven't actually been working with those. So what he's saying is that most of the student loans are held by people with post secondary education. Post bachelor's education, right? So meaning graduate. I see your hand, dude. Hold on, one second. Just come down.
I'm letting you finish. I'm not gonna say anything. I'm quiet.
Okay, so he's saying is that most of the debt is held in the hands of people with graduate degrees and doctorates, right? And that because those people, like their average is higher, so they're not saying their average is 77,000, right? He's saying they make a lot more than that, and that if you relieve their debt, right, if that's where most of the debt is, then it's like funneling money up to the top. In terms of a debt relief. So, all right, go ahead. But I need to look at
now, because this goes back to the link that I just dropped, which is why it was incredibly important, because I just found it very odd for someone that advocates for women to then turn around and say that the women that hold 66% of the student loan debt decided that he didn't want to help any of them, and that 41% of them have taken out undergraduate loans. And then 35% of men took out undergraduate loans. Guess what? 41 plus 35 is 76 fucking percent of undergraduate degrees. Post-secondary education does not make up the vast majority of the money. It does not.
It's not the people, it's the money. Again,
No, the money, 76% is with undergraduate people.
Not true. I'm about to say, you're
not
reading that.
The people that
reading that data correct.
Whether they graduated or not, it's mostly with people at the fucking bottom.
Okay, so let's take a look at this. Like, so if you have
black women have the highest average amount of debt.
If
you don't want to help them out, you just like, nah, fuck them.
No, like no.
I really want to know how committed he is to his idealism, because he can't hold both ideas to be true. He can't hold both ideas to be true.
Is that
he can't hold both of them?
That's all he's saying. So look,
he can't. No. You don't get to get away with saying that's all you're saying.
Okay, hold on. I'm asking everyone, right, for a number. So Bab, you've made this claim. Now, at first, I just didn't ask for these numbers because I didn't think we would be on here for so long. I honestly didn't think so. So I was just gonna run with the theory here. But now we definitely need numbers.
Search shows about 52.8%.
Put it into
the link.
Group TM,
okay,
so we can all take a look.
And drop it in the chat for the regular people.
Because we need to figure out where this debt actually lies. And hey, while we're waiting, Smooth, can you tell us where? I'm looking for the numbers that you quoted in your source.
Are you saying
Okay,
76%
so
of
so
that
when
shit
you
going?
scroll down, when you
Okay.
scroll down and you get past the report highlights, right? When you get past the report highlights and it says student loan debt by sex or gender, then you go down and it says student loan payments by sex, and then you go to that and it says student loan debt among females. So that's just women.
No. So before you said 76% of the debt load is in bachelor's degrees.
And this is why I said that, because 41% of women undergraduate take out student loans, and then you have compared to the 35% of male undergraduates. When you have those two numbers together, that's
That's not what
76.
those numbers mean. That's not all. That's just saying that that's just percentage of people with undergraduate loans have debt. Like that doesn't mean that's not where all of the debt for all people with college are. That's what I'm saying. That's not what that figure means. I'm
So
sending.
drop your link. Drop your link.
I got you. It seems to be about 50%, and some say 52, depending on the stores.
Drop your link.
While only being about 25% of people. And this thing maybe even advocates for you in certain areas.
Looking. Five things to know about graduate student debt. Okay. Graduate students make up 25% of student loan borrowers and hold 50% of the national student debt. Okay. All right. Make up 25%.
Thanks for the center left take.
I mean, I'm pretty center left. I won't deny that. But
yeah, and the moderates are still what Martin Luther King talked about. So
do these people with graduate degrees not have undergraduate debt?
Yeah, but they would count towards both. Like they would.
But I think this number is they hold 50% of the national debt. I think that number is a bit disingenuous when they also have undergraduate debt as well.
Once you pass that level, you would fall into a different category on how they're grouping it.
But they're counting. No, they said 50% of the national student debt. That means they're summing up your undergraduate debt with your graduate debt.
Sure, maybe possibly.
Yes,
I mean, but that doesn't contradict anything. That's still they're still higher.
That still makes that. Excuse me. Even though you want to crucify these people for getting a higher education,
you want to crucify them. That's true.
You want to crucify those people for getting a higher degree.
Hates wealthy people.
Guess what? They're still just in the same boat as the undergraduate person.
They're not, because they make a lot more money.
No, they have the opportunity to make more money. It is not you make more money. Well, that is a fact. You have an opportunity. I know
individually, but I'm
saying you have an opportunity.
And averages.
They have an opportunity.
Yes, in the vast majority.
Even when you look at the reality of the wealthiest people in our country, most of those people don't even have degrees.
That's not true.
Fam. You want to look that up? You want to look that up?
Percentage of millionaires with college degrees.
Wait a minute.
We have to acknowledge that was correct here. Let's deal with that. I can't believe I was like this giveaway. The vast majority of that is with graduate level degrees. Correct. So this is who we're asking.
With people that have graduate degrees. That does not mean it came from graduate degrees.
That's not important.
No. Those are two separate argumentations.
I'm making the second one. It's from people. Well, I'm making the first one.
People that also in addition to have graduate degrees.
Sure. Yeah. That's what.
But that doesn't mean the vast majority of the money is from there.
I don't understand why you think this is. I got you. The point is, they're the ones with the debt, and they're making more money. Like that. So I'm saying that when we forgive their debt, like again,
so fuck them because they tried to make more of themselves.
No, it's not.
That's what he said. That's what exactly.
No. That's what you're saying. You said fuck them because they tried to make more of themselves and get more money so they can better themselves and their family. You said fuck them.
No,
he said he wants some poor niggas.
No, you're saying fuck them because Because why? How dare you deserve to get your student loans forgiven because you decided to go to school
Bam's
for
a fucking
6
hater.
years instead of 4? That's what you said. That is the sum of what you said.
That's basically what he said.
That's what you're advocating for.
That sounds exactly like what I said. Not that the debt forgiveness you're asking for is just happens to be regressive in nature. You're happy to benefit people.
It's not regressive in nature. Those people, most of them came from our circumstance. I can't fault somebody. I can't fault somebody because now they're making more money. Oh, God forbid you get your loan forgiven too. What the fuck? You put in more work. Okay, and
do you understand what I'm saying? More money. Yeah. Do you actually understand my argument? Even if you disagree with it, do you understand the argument I'm making?
I do understand.
Even if you disagree, you can disagree.
Yeah. I understand. Just like Smoot said, you're a hater.
I
hate black
women. I'm not acknowledging it because it's stupid.
Why do you have such envy, right? For people who like tried hard, Bam.
I just want to eat. I'm just eating the rich.
Bam, did you not get accepted to that graduate program?
I didn't. That's what it is.
That's what it was. That's what he got. He got that rejection letter. He still got it somewhere in his sock drawer. He takes it out so often, and it's like he's filled with rage, right? And he's like,
I'll make sure I get you one day.
He's like, a black woman took my spot, and I'm going to
Thanks. I'm glad. As long as I was understood.
Thanks. Thank you.
No, I hear you, Bam. I hear what you're trying to say, right? And I was trying to take my time here to look through specifically.
And like I said, it wasn't even like it's not this, and this wasn't like a biased source. If anything, it was like making a lot of strong arguments. For for why it doesn't advocate for why we don't advocate for undergrads well enough in some areas, but
most of the people that have these postgraduate degrees are women. Like I'm down here reading, and it says black women have almost $100K. It says $97,052,
and they make like $1.5 more million because of that.
Who gives a fuck? They're drowning, nigga. Before they even get to that money, they're drowning already.
Real.
What are you talking about?
Yeah.
You get a lot of debt. Like it's a
no. Then the second to black women are women with more than one race with 72. What are we talking about? Then it's Latinas with 66.
You understand that?
What are you advocating for?
You understand that?
Let's help women. No. I just want to make sure. No. I just want to make sure you stand on what you stand on.
Right, because every black woman.
All your principles need to align. All your principles need to align. If you're gonna have one principle, you need to have it concurrently with your other stuff. All your ideologies need to line up. It's not lining up.
Got you.
It's not.
I don't understand what else I can say. The vast majority of black women aren't in these places. They're not in your ivory towers. They're working at the salon. They're doing whatever they can to get by.
And they're still going to school at night, getting their,
they're not getting degrees. That's the point. If we were talking about, if we hit a point where like 90% of the United States had some level of degree, then at some point I would say, F it, like it's kind of like move on to, catch up with the rest of the world. But like I said, we're still in like 50+% of people just go to high school.
Okay, and
the money,
and those people because of debt, we're trying to solve the debt problem.
You can do anything about the debt. No.
If you forgive the debt, those people and their families have disposable income to then support that next person through.
Or you could just make college more affordable and forgive none of the debt.
What
you can forget all of the debt and make college free.
Yes, you can do both because they already. You're telling the people that were already a victim in the system. Fuck you. You know what I'm saying? Hey, you managed to survive and you got to the end. Fuck you, though. We're going to make college more affordable now, and we're going to give those people an opportunity to get to where you are.
We say
get to where you are. But what we're going to do by that is, by your own metrics, we're going to end up inflating the value of a degree. Therefore, we're going to water down what the degree actually does for you. Therefore, the people that are in debt are going to be less likely to be in a good position than the people that came after them that got less debt, because we made college more affordable. If you forgive the people that debt, you're good.
Okay. All right. Okay.
Question
okay.
I have.
So, you go first, Fraser.
I have like a minor question about when it comes to that student loan forgiveness and stuff, and how it and how it will affect the economy, in terms of like the taxes that apparently taxes that will be used to pay it off. Isn't the majority of student loans that we're talking about here from the government already? They can literally just say whatever.
Like I said, that's an argument you can make,
much.
that you could just zero them out. That's an argument people make.
Because I see people say that my taxes, people are saying that our tax would go towards paying it. I see you, Nitas, or Garnitas, that it's our tax money that would go towards paying it all, and I'm just like, that doesn't make sense. If it's the government's money that was given to us to do this, why do we have to pay it back? Why can't you just say whatever? Like that, no tax money is used at that point.
I made that. That was one of the arguments I made in my response to Prime. I was saying that some people make that argument.
I can't. So
yeah.
Go ahead.
So I was just double checking that because I wasn't sure I heard that correctly.
So I do kind of want to just move past this point. So like I'm looking at the data here. So I went deeper into this. Like I looked at the sources for the article that BAM sent us. And it gives more detail as to like how much of loans are being taken out. So it says the average amount of student debt for a person with a bachelor's degree is $28,950. But it is $66,300 for an MBA, $71,000 for a master's degree, and $145,500 for a law degree, and $201,490 for a medical degree. And I'm thinking of a BAM's argument here. And then also it averages out. This isn't exact. But it does average out like how much these people can earn per week, right? So it says a person with a high school degree can earn $781 per week on average. Bachelor's degree, $1,305. A master's degree, $1,545, and a master of, I guess, a doctorate, professional degree, $1,893 dollars. So I don't think the at least with these averages, which it doesn't break it down as much as I would like it to, but with these averages, it doesn't cover making being six figures in the hole, right? $201,000. That doesn't cover that. And it's a debt that people carry for a very long time. But if you want to say that it's regressive, because it might, it will
disproportionately
it will disproportionately help people who might be making more money. Well, then fine, okay, then I'll give you that. Then it will disproportionately help people who are making more. Then that's fine, but that wouldn't tell me this is a bad policy, which I think you said already that you don't think it's a bad policy. It's just that you feel that it's regressive.
Yeah,
right?
I think that it's regressive, and then from there, it's kind of like you can do that, but like I said, I think you have to deal with the negative externalities that come from it. Just like anything else. That's why I was actually cool with Biden coming out with like the $20,000 forgiveness, because it seems to tackle both issues. It still doesn't necessarily deal with the people at the very, very bottom, but it's progressive enough in nature that it's going to deal with one, people who didn't finish college, which I feel like shouldn't have that to begin with if you didn't finish, and two, it's going to tackle the majority of bachelor debt. Some people will still owe, like, by your nature, by your numbers, around 8,000, but like that becomes a way more reasonable number to tackle. Besides that, now, again, the doctors and lawyers and MBAs, are they going to say like, hey, but this doesn't cover all of my debt? And it's like, yeah, it doesn't, but your degree seems like on average, again, your degree seems to be worth it. It does seem to end up paying out like millions more over your lifetime than everyone else, which is worth like this $80,000.
Sure.
Can I
I
say
was going to move
something?
past this point because.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
I
Go
don't-
ahead. Go ahead. We can move past this shit. Go ahead,
Yeah.
Prime.
Yeah, sure. So
Bam was right.
we're done there.
Bam is not right. I was going to throw some fucking facts out, but we good.
I still think we need to create a
well,
middle
let's
class.
just leave this
True.
alone.
We do.
There's another thing that we were talking about previously, and I don't remember what it was. That got thrown out there. Something that Bam said people reacted to, but I don't know what it was. Like, does anyone remember?
I was gonna ask them about the Michael Rainey thing, but you kind of did that. We kind of did it Monday, so I don't know.
The Michael what?
Rainey thing, the Groper.
Who?
You don't remember the Groper Monday?
I can't even understand
it.
Like
Dick
your
grabbing.
volume went way down. Could you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Who?
Dick grabber.
The dick grabber.
Oh yeah,
Okay,
yeah,
that-
yeah.
Didn't
No, no.
Kai,
I'm about to say, if you
didn't-
don't care, we don't have to. It's kind of a black thing too, even though it's general.
I'm cool talking. I'm cool talking about that.
I don't even know what happened.
Unless you
Kai,
had
when-
something.
when
Unless
you
you thought
planning
of
on doing
what
something
the
with
other
that?
thing was.
I don't remember what the other thing that you said that everyone
Mhm.
reacted to. I forget what it was, but
I'm sorry.
yeah, you can go.
I'm
go
too
ahead.
smart for these people.
Bam.
Give us, like,
Fuck
an
you.
article.
I'm just kidding. I love y'all.
Yeah. Fuck you.
Michael Rainey, Michael Rainey Jr., the
Okay.
star from Ghost and the Power
That's all.
franchise, had his dick grabbed on stream, and he was, I guess by definition, sexually assaulted. He later came out and said that he doesn't know how to think about it. He feels, I guess, some version of traumatized by it. And other people was coming out strongly against the girl, saying that like we need to take this more serious when it happens to men. She should be in jail. Yada yada yada. She's a horrible person, etc. Thoughts?
Can you link me something real quick so I can
Yeah, I can show you. His dick
I'll just drop.
so it was on
I'll drop-
screen,
I'll drop
as
the-
in it was
I'll drop the
filmed
video of the
or
stream in the
like
chat.
It was
I'll drop the
streamed.
video of the stream in the chat. Hold on, because
Um,
I actually have the video on my phone.
oh
Yeah. So
No doubt, morally, she is a horrible person, but
yeah, that is a sexual assault and that should not happen. It wasn't consensual in any means if that's what happened, which I assume what y'all are talking about did without seeing anything. But that shit is not okay. That's like me being groped by my breast or touched, that shit is not cool. Now, was this person who let me first ask this.
you can look at
Was
you can look at it. The he dropped
Yeah,
it.
yeah, I know, but I need to just ask some consensual shit. So the person who was in Ghosts, are they an adult?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, is the person who grabbed them, are they an adult?
Not sure. They're pretty close.
Huh?
They probably should be, but if they're not.
Oh yes. His sister is above 18. Yes.
Okay, so it's his sister who groped him.
No. It's not his sister. It's the sister of the streamer.
Yeah.
Wait, no. I'm sorry. So the guy was on screen. I'm gonna get to this, but I just want to without seeing it, I just need to understand this before I watch it. Yes.
Just watch it.
Okay.
It'd probably be
So
easier then.
yeah. I get you. But I just
Oh my god!
before I mentally see it.
No.
Fine it,
Just
fuck it,
watch
fuck
it. No.
it, go.
Hold on. No, just watch it first, and then come back.
Yeah, I'll
and then
just
ask
watch
questions.
it. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sure.
All right.
Um,
So
sorry.
because I gave my thoughts before in a different video, I can give my thoughts very simply here. She was wrong as fuck for what she did. I feel like
The
the
video's
Ty
not even
Lil,
playing.
I feel like Ty Lil, he should have better regulated the people that he has around him, because that's easily how people lose access to the bag and they get like community guideline strikes and things of that nature, and just look very bad and look in a negative light, and it messes up all the positive momentum you had going on, in your career as a streamer or YouTuber or whatever. You have to regulate the people that are around you because they do not value what you work very hard for. Because no, hold on, they do not value what you work very hard for because they did not work for it. No, nobody in their right mind that actually worked for it would do this in this scenario if they actually understood what it took to get this said person on your platform. He might not be like the most A-list of A-list celebrities, but this is a B-list celebrity, maybe C-list, that people will recognize when they see him. You know what I'm saying? At least in the community in which he's in and we are a part of, in the Black community, there are a lot of people who will immediately recognize this guy. He's been on TV for like 9 years straight. We've seen him grow up into an adult. You know what I'm saying? Because we watched him as a kid on the original Power. So my thing is, when you have those people, you need to have a sit down with your family and the people that are on your team to let them know that I'm having a person of this particular caliber come on. This is a big opportunity for me. Please, for the love of God, control yourself. You know what I'm saying? If you want to, hey, you find yourself in a position where you're attracted to this person and you want to talk to them, cool. Let's do it off stream. But she not only did that, she did another thing. And I'm gonna drop that, for you guys. Do I have
I'm
that?
sorry, like none of the video shows
have that.
anything, or like there's nothing in the video that shows anything that I can see.
I don't think. Yeah, you weren't paying attention to what
No,
happened.
I'm paying the
Like,
fucking attention.
no, you can
him.
see.
Okay. So it's the first 3 seconds of the video.
Correct.
Yes.
Okay. See, that's because I'm asking why. The reason why I was asking all of these different questions because I saw children in the room. So this is why I was trying to ask all the questions before watching the video, because the first thing I see are children in the room.
Yeah, I know. But if you watch the video and then you see the thing, right, then you have better context. Then we can answer these questions. It makes more sense. So whatever. But do you have anything else you want to add about it?
Are you talking to me or her?
No, DQ. If you're talking, we can't hear you.
I think maybe she's watching again.
Watching it.
I like I said, I don't understand. I don't know why you just made the business advocacy for it smooth. That was weird. Like,
no,
I mean,
it's not weird. It's not weird. When you have a big opportunity, you know what I'm saying? You need to tell your people to control themselves and not do dumb stuff.
Right, but what if it wasn't
I just wanted to start there and just make that point. I made way more points. I'm just giving a very simplified, condensed.
How did she get
people
back
need
in
to control
the room?
themselves and keep them hands to themselves. That's
How
it.
did she get back in the room?
I mean, a lot of people in this room is.
How did she get back
a
in
lot
the
of
room?
people
Because they kicked her out of the room over the banana stuff.
Yeah, they kicked her out over the banana stuff.
But she came back. Stuff is.
The banana stuff. She just said like, basically she made like a dick sucking innuendo.
Okay.
With kids in the room.
Right.
Yeah.
So why were all of these people in the room all together? Why was the sister allowed? Why was all of this shit? Then you see the fucking like friend come over and is like trying to be like, hey yo, like I saw that shit, and they're fucking trying to laugh and shit. And I assume that
they ended up leaving.
Yeah. That shit is foul.
Okay.
Fucking foul.
So how do we feel about her, and should there be any consequence, or what's a reasonable response to this? Like, I don't want to throw my perspective out there and like taint the water, but what do y'all think is like should happen to her, and what like
yes
and how should we feel about it as a society?
And it's his sister, and he should throw his fucking sister under the goddamn bus.
He kind of did.
Oh good. Oh good.
That's good.
He issued an apology on her behalf, said it was a horrible thing that happened. It never should have happened. But the other thing that's going on is that 50 is downplaying the situation and saying this isn't
50
sexual
Cent.
assault. He's fine. Yeah, he's the producer, and he made
Oh Lord.
that he then immediately had to delete.
Yeah, because that's how you lose fucking business.
So
Like,
Snoop is
this-
right
this-
from the business standpoint.
This is foul. Number one, you can't downplay the sexual assault. It's fucking on video. You can get the cops involved. You can see that shit. It was inconsensual. Like, it was non-consensual, point blank and period. That shit is not okay. And the fact that it was on his like Twitch,
Mm.
like, yeah, like I would not be surprised if he gets
what
like
do
a
you want to
ban for that
happen here? So
shit.
he's asking, what do you want to happen?
She said get the
to-
cops involved. She said
You want to
Yeah.
get the cops involved. So you want her
Yeah,
arrested.
absolutely. She
Okay.
should be
Oh.
arrested and she'll probably get probation or whatever. But like, yeah, no. And like the reason why I say it's foul and probably because it will be charged a little bit higher than normal is because there's children in the room.
No, so look. Here's the thing.
Right. I
here's
just
the
want to hear
thing.
everybody's perspective before we argue. I'm about to say,
Okay, go ahead.
Razor, what do you think?
Sorry, I was doing multiple things. I was watching the video, and I was also trying to have a conversation about the whole tax thing. Still,
We can come back to you if you want
chat.
to. I'm about to say,
Yeah, let me run through. Could you ask the question again, and then I'll look over it again?
Yeah, Azzy, what do you think? How should we feel about what she did, and what should the consequences be?
No, you should absolutely be like, if you believe that he wasn't sexually assaulted, you need to ponder why you have that paradigm, and you need to reevaluate your morals, because what she did, excuse me, was not only jeopardize her brother, but it's like the when it's like the starstruck, like when people see stars and they start like sexually assaulting them in ways that we say, oh, it's it's no big deal. Oh, they're just starstruck. This is what the brother said, right? But it's like I recently saw something where like people are doing some stuff to like underage Justin Bieber. But yeah, and even that, like people are doing stuff to I can think of like Michael Jackson and the Jackson 5. I can think of people just doing things that are just unorthodox, unnecessary, and we would just look at it and just like frown upon it immediately. So yeah, we should look at this in the same light. Like she should, there should be repercussions, and if it's not legal, then I don't know. We should like, she should be a pariah. I don't know.
Okay, you good, Cass?
Yeah, she definitely should have charges pressed against her. We shouldn't hold a double standard for when one person does it versus when another person does it. And we need to normalize that standard of everybody being treated the same across the board, especially when kids are in the room. Like, she definitely should have known better. So that's another reason why I think this should be handled a bit more severely.
All right, Razor, were you listening to that one?
Yes. Okay. Sorry. Yeah. So yes, I'm basically agreeing with everyone here. She should definitely be held accountable for that. Double standards in our society for stuff like this is extremely rampant. With like when like if this story had been obviously with the genders reversed, it would have even been louder than it currently is. It's pretty loud, but it's not as loud as it should be. Someone being sexually assaulted like that on screen, like if not jail time, the heavy fine, something, fully ostracized. Fucking don't be, just don't go against people's consent, people, please.
Okay, so Prom, the reason I did that is because I introduced it differently than I did on Monday.
Mm-hmm.
And do you notice did you feel like we got a very different set of reactions?
Yeah.
It? Yeah.
So not paying attention.
I think that I'm not gonna say you guys are insane, but I think that
I'm literally traumatized just watching it. Like, honestly, like
I wish Doobie was here.
No. So look.
Wait, I hadn't even given my perspective.
Yeah,
on
you
it.
sorry. Go ahead.
That's what I say. I want everybody else to get their perspective. So I believe that we as a society should call this behavior a loser. That's a loser behavior, and she shouldn't be from the business perspective. She shouldn't be allowed back on the stream around people like that. Now, the idea of this being a legal matter and that like it's like this is something like jail is something that would make her a better human being or she's someone unfit to walk the streets of society with us. Like I think that's a overblown reactive response. I think for the reason we're using the word sexual assault isn't to be correct about what we're saying, it's to levy the same weight as we do with like violent rape. We're trying to levy those emotions into what happened. It was a groping is like I think more categorically correct, which is in the category of sexual assault for sure. But that doesn't mean that we treat all sexual assaults like everything that could be categorized as a sexual assault, I don't think needs the same heavy-handed response. But because I didn't say that first, I wanted to hear y'all's like unfiltered responses. Like a lot of y'all did go like, "Oh yeah, this is sexual assault. I'm traumatized. Like we should be the same as this is with women."
I don't know. No.
I said
What do
originally
you mean by
that
a
the
lot?
shit is fucking groping because it was
Wait,
like
how
groping
many
my
people-
fucking breast. Number one, okay, so don't fucking like include me in that shit. Number two,
No, hold on.
like
As some-
I'm fucking like literally traumatized watching that sexual assault fucking happen. Either way, because you see his reaction to it, which he did not want it. He moved himself away. You can see the inconsent, but he also had to play it down, right? But like that would be me if a guy was trying to grope me like my breast or
For sure, he
trying to
froze
grab
up.
me
I'm not
down
denying
there.
that.
Like that shit is not okay. And this is why I said the chances are she's probably gonna get probation, right?
Yeah, hold on.
Like
But that's not
that's
the point that
so
he's
look,
making.
so-
but
That's not the
but
point that he's
she
making.
should
But that-
have
hold on.
some sort of
Hold on.
like thing happen
wait.
to her.
So okay, but let's address what he's trying to say, right? He's saying that like this the level of damage that has been done here, while this is it certainly can be categorized as sexual assault, right? Absolutely. That this falls within there. But he's questioning whether like a legal remedy is necessary for this. That like we saying this person needs to be possibly put in a cage, because once you get the cops involved, yes, maybe she can get probation, or maybe she can actually do jail time. And one or the other, you have this person who has a criminal record, which will follow them for the rest of their lives. Now, is that the most equitable way? Maybe it might be. It might be the way that it has to be, right? But maybe it's not, right? I think what he's asking for is that we take a more nuanced look at these cases in general. So even if we're talking, I mean, I would imagine, and Bam can speak for himself, but that he even means when we're talking about when males are involved, right? That it doesn't mean that their actions are any less wrong, but just like the way that we deal with it. Like, do we want to criminalize people, or do we want to find other ways, like, make it clear this is an incorrect thing to do, and that they would have to maybe do something maybe to make up for it, right? Like, but like once you get the law involved, it's on a different level. And again, scaling the response to the action. So yeah, go ahead, Smooth.
Okay, so to answer, it's like a twofold thing. So one, you have on the one hand, like I would say, first of all, this isn't our job to, and like I said in my video, it's not our job to choose what happens to her. It is Michael Rainey's job, the victim's job, to choose what happens to her. If he wants to press charges and go that route, then that's his prerogative. I think we should always leave it up to the victim to choose the severity of the outcome, because we didn't actually suffer what actually occurred to us. You know what I'm saying? We don't know what levels of like maybe past trauma or things that it unpacks for that person. Therefore, I would leave it in their hands. If he wants to go, you know what? Hey, your apology is all good. You know what I'm saying? I'm cool with that. And then he leaves it alone, then that's cool. That's on him. You know what I'm saying? That's on female victims as well. If he wants to go, I want to press charges, again, he's not wrong for pressing charges, because that's his right. That's something he gets to do because he's the victim of said crime. We can't I want victims to have full range of options to be able to choose what the outcome is for the person that actually did them wrong. I don't think it's our place as people to go, okay, this is what the severity of this is. No, we don't know the true value of what happened to that person. We don't know the value of, we don't know the hurt, we don't know the level of harm. We're assuming from the outside looking in. That's not our job.
I don't know. I find that dangerous. Well, just because what if someone does have like a lot of like legitimate past traumas that built up that make their like tolerance like super sensitive, and maybe I'm gonna give a hyperbolic example. So before y'all say this is the same, like maybe they like really like they've had like a traumatic sexual response and they don't even like being touched at all, and somebody grabs his shoulder and they're like, "You grabbed me." You know,
that's different. No. That's again, that you gave a hyperbolic example, but again, that's different. What I'm talking about is actual. Only dealing in the realm of actual sexual harassment and assault. Just right there. Once you commit actual, like somebody tapping you on the shoulder and you're going, yo, I don't like being touched on the shoulder. Yo, fam, it's loud in here. I was trying to tell you, you dropped your wallet. You know what I'm saying? Like you can't charge that person for sexual assault when they're trying to help you at the same time. Like in your hyperbolic example, that could be an outcome of why that person touched them on the shoulder. Is you dropped your wallet, you dropped your phone or something. You know what I'm saying?
I understand speaking to
you know what I'm saying? So that's why I'm saying specifically, just in the event of actual, everybody looked at that and went, yeah, that's assault. Nobody went, that might not be. Like, no,
I think a lot of people. A lot of people looked at that and said,
everybody I seen online, all my people, it was vast consensus was, yeah, this is assault. Now it's what now? Everybody went different on the what now part. And that's why I said it's not our job. That's Michael's job.
Yeah, I think that
I don't want to get in the
okay, so you said it. So
yeah.
I don't think everybody looked at that and said, "Yeah, that's assault." Like I said, Monday was a very different reaction. I think people look and say, "Yeah."
Monday was a very different reaction. No,
how can you say it's a fucking different reaction?
Move.
Like honestly, listen.
Chronically online, and they
I am literally triggered by like me. Like thinking back to like being sexually assaulted. These are all things that I've like had to experience as being a woman. Okay, being sexually assaulted in a room or with a group of people, like or privately. Like this is fucking sexual assault, like at its fucking finest. If this was a fucking woman, you wouldn't think the fucking same. Y'all would all be on my fucking level. Y'all would be on my fucking level. And like all I'm thinking back right now is to like past times when I couldn't even say like this was sexual fucking assault when it clearly fucking was. Now, am I like yes, it is up to the person to decide whether or not they want to press charges or what. But this shit was like literally on camera with a group fucking full of children. And like, how could you not? Like, if this shit happened to me in a room fucking full of children, like, how could I not? This person is like essentially dangerous. Like this feels like a dangerous like.
So
yes, like this feels like a dangerous like feeling and place.
If it was a woman being touched, that like I would necessarily be on her side, and that's not necessarily the case, right? So like if this was
like, if a guy grabbed this woman butt,
if this woman, if he slapped her butt, right? Well, that's sexual assault, right? Like it was unconsensual. You touched her in a sexual area.
You
like,
grabbed some breast, like let's put it into context.
No, we're talking about the groin area. So like this, he slapped ass. Like this is a thing that's sexual assault. So like if I see that, I see a person, you've sexually assaulted this other person. Do I think that they should be brought up on charges? Not necessarily. No, I'm like, hey, like first we could throw this person out of whatever environment they are. Maybe ban them from being involved, like the stream. Like she's banned from being involved in that stream. Again, in the future, I would go to those remedies first before that. If the guy did it again, especially, right, like it did it a second time, or by someone to another woman, I'm like, okay, this person's a danger, maybe more, because they can't seem to understand this is unacceptable behavior. But going to a legal remedy, right, it doesn't necessarily have to be the first stop. Though I hear you that it can be traumatizing, right? That whatever that action can be really unfortunate. That doesn't necessarily mean that we have to say this person is a danger to the world. They might be, they might be, or they could be someone who did a very stupid thing. And if we put enough social pressure on them, then they can self-correct.
Why I say that they're a danger is because they did it in a room full of children and they couldn't fucking connect the two, right? And like that's my fucking issue. They knew that they were in the fucking room full of children. They knew that they could probably try to get away with it on camera. Like you have to think about that. Like that is all like legitimate things that this person went through their mind. Like
I think Razor was gonna make some point.
The fact that I had the children in the room, yeah, I get what you're meaning. Like you ended up saying, basically, I think you ended up saying what I was getting close to about to say, that they more than likely knew the children were in the room, and obviously, and they saw the opportunity of like, oh, there are children here, so the person I'm going to do this to will have to act a certain way in order to make sure nothing.
That's inserting a whole lot.
She already first did a dick sucking joke to start.
So this is where I end up. This is where I end up kind of agreeing with Bam, because no. Because here's the thing. One, let's deal with reality. Y'all watch the video. Y'all deal with reality. We watched the video. The children weren't even looking in her direction. It wasn't even like she did it.
It doesn't matter.
No. You're acting as if the children actually seen what happened. The children don't know what happened at all. The children don't know what happened at all. No. That doesn't make it better. However, the person but the person did it. The person did it on the sly and on the slick. You know what I'm saying? They were trying to be slick. And therefore,
this is why they had to go through all of those things in their mind.
Here's the thing though. The person's objective wasn't, oh my God, I want to expose children to a sexual. No, I want this particular person's attention, and I don't know any other way, because this person under no circumstance would choose me or pick me. I'm going to be overly sexually aggressive and try and like throw myself at him, and hopefully he gives in to his carnal desires and chooses me for a night of pleasure.
Yeah, that's danger. Yeah, that's dangerous.
Thank you.
I don't even know what you're. So the way we're talking about this, at minimum, he should sue, because now not only is he like a public persona, right? And we watched this person, and it happened on screen. So now his public opinion is now affecting his public, his public image. So like he could go for like.
Of course, there's a ton of. Of course, there's gonna be a ton of men out there.
So it could be like it could be a civil suit at most. At most, this is a use of. This is a dangerous move. This is a aggressive move. This is somebody taking advantage of a situation, right? Because they feel like they're disadvantaged in some way. So now I have to go over the top and over and beyond in order to get my way, right? This is what I said when people are doing stuff to like Justin Bieber, or people are like in old days to like Elvis Presley and like any type of like celebrity, like R&B artists talk about this stuff all the time, where women just go out and do something stupid. And maybe not even women, could be men. Somebody who's like, they just feel entitled. So this level of entitlement is very dangerous, and it can lead to something criminal. So yeah, but I feel like it's not like I'm saying this is the first thing that should happen. Like, so I don't even know. Like, I don't know who maybe you're just responding to Queen. I don't even know if Kai said like, oh, we need to prosecute this.
My dead giveaway is the fact that, like I said, the first thing she did is she made a fucking dick sucking joke. First fucking move. You already know where the fucking shit is at. You already know where the fucking shit's gonna go. And then where the fuck did she go? Exactly.
You're talking about somebody who's clearly irresponsible, clearly not thinking about anybody else's. This is somebody with no courtesy. Somebody with
I feel
like
like
we're
she's
talking
still
about.
a teenager.
I would not even be surprised if this is not the first time that she's done this. I would
I
not
mean, even
be
okay.
surprised.
So
I
you're
wouldn't
saying
either.
she's a teenager. So you're saying
I mean-
she's a teenager. So it's like okay because she's a teenager.
And that's what okay.
So-
if she okay, this is why again
we're not
I
talking about
asked:
okay.
is she 18? Is she 19? It doesn't fucking matter. If she's 17, if she's 16, it doesn't fucking matter. Either way, it's wrong. You don't fucking do that shit.
Sure. No
So-
one here has made
again,
the it's right argument.
again-
I feel like y'all are
so,
circling at this point.
I'm sorry.
so-
I'm sorry.
so-
Like I
so
said,
look,
I'm
so look,
reaching
so
out
look.
to all my
So look, when she,
traumatized.
no. So look, since nobody watched the stream, okay, and you just have clips, okay. First of all, when she made the banana joke, there were no children present. It was just a
Doesn't
bunch
matter.
there
of
were no
adults in the
children
room.
present.
The chi-
So I
no,
don't know.
the,
Yeah,
no,
That's
that's
illegal.
fine.
no. The children came in later in the stream.
Okay.
The
Doesn't
children
matter.
came in later in the stream. They were there
Okay.
for when she groped him.
I don't understand.
But they
Okay.
weren't there when she made the joke earlier. No, I'm just adding the
Doesn't matter.
clarification there so people
Yeah.
know what actually transpired.
It's
Yeah,
I,
no,
about
again,
I don't
no.
find the dick sucking joke to
Doesn't
be like
matter.
a relevant factor in this, honestly.
It should
I don't
be a
either. I don't
relevant
either. I
factor.
don't
Not
either.
is
matter.
that the streamer knew that she was acting extra and removed her from the room, but then somehow she ended up back in the room again to do what she did. That's
In
all
other
I'm
words, she had. In other
I
words,
mean, it's,
she
not, I
had
mean,
the
it's a lot of
wherewithal.
people in the room.
Exactly.
I'm sure a few people went in and out. I don't imagine him like actually locking the door to the room. I
saying.
mean,
I'm saying they told him to put her out of the room.
I don't know. I just think that's content. Like, like it kind of is what it is. There, like I said, I don't mind the
Content.
jokes of it. I think she can even say something super. I think she could have went worse. I think she could have said in the middle of the stream, "Hey, I'm trying to, do it. Let's go. Like you down." And Michael Rainey could have responded however he wanted to. You could say, "Oh, that's inappropriate," but I don't consider that to be assault. That's just like, "Oh, she's really aggressive." And kind
Hey,
like,
that's consent. That's like, hey, I'm cool. Are you cool? That's fucking consent. What she didn't fucking do was non-consensual.
Sure, but no one's disagreeing with that. Like I said, I feel like we're arguing that like we should like have these crazy consequences, or you think it was okay, and that's like the dichotomy that it is. And it's like I don't think that anybody's making that on me. I think the
No,
argument
because
is
this is the mindset. This is the
Oh.
paradigm around sexual. Like, no, it's more of the same. It's like you said the point already. So it's like this is our paradigm around like sexual occurrences between genders. So yeah, it feels like you're kind of like coping, right? And it's kind of like stealthily defending the double
you're
standard.
Yeah, you're
it's not a
essentially-
double standard because
And I don't think you're trying to. You're not trying to do that. And I'm not saying it's your fault. You're not trying to do that. But at the end of the day, it defends like it kind of like gives
You're
like room
defending
for 50's point.
Yeah.
Oh, he wasn't.
I think 50 did have a point.
Wait,
I'm
hold
saying
on,
I don't
hold on,
disagree
hold
with
on,
50.
hold on.
You
Wait,
think
wait,
50
'cause
had a point?
I
What
didn't
was
get
his
this-
point?
I didn't get
he
this full. I didn't get the full. I never got the full context of what 50 had said. So, so
50
somebody-
said he wasn't assaulted. 50 said he wasn't assaulted.
Yeah, he said
So-
that nobody pressing charges. He said he grabbed his dick. He said he'll be all right. Pretty much. Like I can find. the
Why?
exact quote
So
that-
what was his point, Ben? What was his point?
I think it was exactly that. I agree with him. I
What?
think
No, so what was the
What is wrong with
what does that
you, nigga?
substantiate?
It
What does that
substantiates-
substantiate?
It substantiates that she's not a criminal.
Why is
Doesn't
she not a
matter if she's
criminal?
not a fucking
No.
criminal.
Hold on.
Wrong.
Ben.
That is
If
a
somebody,
criminal act.
Wrong.
that's a criminal
That is a
act. If
criminal
somebody,
act.
And
what are we
that's
talking
what
about?
shouldn't be.
No.
That's what
No.
I'm
Fam,
advocating for.
fam, no. If the Bay Queen walks into your stream right now
We're not talking about jaywalking.
and grabs your,
What are you talking about?
Yeah,
That's
it's
assault.
weird. That's what I'm disagreeing with. That's what I'm saying. Like, just because you put it in this category doesn't mean it's always gonna carry all of the weight that comes with that word.
no, it's
No.
not that. No. Here's the thing. Look. That's why they have degrees of assault. You have first degree, second degree, third degree. That is the law's determination.
It doesn't matter if you intend to or not.
Yep.
But it's still assault at the end of the day.
Like, what are we talking about?
And
She's
that's
just
why
aggressive.
that she's going to be
Guys,
charged at a higher rate
guys,
because there's children
guys.
present in the room while she
Guys,
did that.
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter about the kids. I'll be
The
honest.
kids don't matter.
No,
Yeah.
the kids fucking matter. The kids matter in the
Okay.
room in the
No,
context.
they matter to
Fuck
you.
them
Okay, but we don't have to have
kids.
that conversation.
So
Digress. Digress.
My point. Sorry. What he's talking about is saying he understands this is wrong, right? She did a bad thing. Our friend Bam is not going against that. She did a bad thing, and something should happen afterwards. What he's saying, what he's disagreeing with, is whether it should necessarily be legal. That this person is necessarily a danger, right? Okay, so let's just focus in on that part specifically. Is this person a
Unfit for
danger? Do you
society.
need to be taken away from society? You're saying she's probably getting probation, but we don't know what's going to happen, especially since when we're talking about black people, they tend to be over punished, right? Even for the same crime. So let's assume that if there was a punishment for like this, let's say it's 2 years. I don't know, right? Let's just say that's 2 years. That's what she's facing, right? Like, does this individual, like with this crime, deserve to be put away for 2 years, potentially put away for 2 years, or would it be better, would it be more equitable to find a different remedy? Let's focus.
There's
on that.
there's a flaw in the question, because when you like danger to society, if you're danger to one or two individuals and they happen to be famous, she might assault another famous Negro on screen. So yeah, what happens if you're just dangerous to one type of person? Are you like? Should they?
It's the heavy hand of the police state is the issue that we're doing. Like everyone talks about like with the over policing in the black community, and we talk about prison abolition, which I don't even advocate for. Like we make all these arguments, and then we try to handle every issue with the same hammer.
No. This is the likeness to that question, right? Oh, this person isn't really dangerous. They're only really dangerous to like tall, athletic black men, right? They only say racist things and sexualize them. But maybe we shouldn't put those people away or
and this is
make
the
them
thing
a pariah.
in our society that we don't talk about.
Yeah, this is
we don't talk about sexual assault in the black community. That it happens so often in our family.
No, they do. They
people.
They just avert their eyes.
No, exactly, they avert their eyes instead of saying
Say
that.
you'll be all right.
Exactly, you'll be all right.
Oh, your cousin got you. Your cousin. She made you a man.
Yeah, okay, whatever. Right, exactly. We don't actually be like, this is something serious.
No, you're a victim.
And the fact, and
You're
that's the
a
fact. Exactly, you are a victim. And the fact that,
no, we're not. We're talking to you.
And the fact that, like, this often happens more than once.
So, Bam, how bad is it? How bad is it? And what should we do? That's my question.
My thing is, again, I think that like social media ripping on her for a couple days is probably fine.
Wow.
I think that her, like I said, her brother, family members having a conversation about like, hey, this is super inappropriate, celebrity or not, like regardless anybody, you got to keep your hands to yourself. Because earlier y'all said something, y'all was like, she's probably done this to someone else. The reality is she probably has done this to someone else. But like it's come from like a part of the world where like, oh, okay, that's how you pull attention. Grab his dick. He like, oh snap, you trying to blah blah blah, and it's probably worked. Like people, women sometimes try to flirt via physical touch. When a woman,
you defending? But would it work? No. But would it work?
No. It's okay. I'm saying it's not like criminal.
So
yeah, in that part of town.
Before I go, just notice he went back to his original position that he always has to protecting women. Just notice that. I just want to point out that inconsistency. You know what I'm saying? I'm up out of here.
Yo, peace, grace and peace, bro. No,
Smooth is not wrong.
Bam, you caping, you cowtowing real hard right now. I just want to let you know.
You know what? Let's lock her up for life. You're right.
Okay,
no one said that we got a lock.
Nobody's saying lock her up for life.
You're right.
The law is the law for that state.
So the answer that I had given, and I'm somewhat on the side of saying, like, her getting blasted online and then also being removed from whatever possible future issues are happening for now is fine. I would not be against the actor possibly pressing charges. Make sure to set a standard. Doesn't matter if you're a male or a female. If someone does this shit to you, you deserve consequences. But then of course I have my very left wing idea of rehabilitation, where I wouldn't want to throw her in jail immediately. I would legitimately want to try and figure out what the fuck made you think this was okay, and can we possibly help you to get you the fuck out of this mindset. And just there's so many different things that we can do that's better than just punishment for punishment's sake on certain on these actions, which is one,
So is she responsible for it or not?
she is.
So
Yeah,
the way
absolutely.
I'm looking at this, and I really like Azzy's answer of filing a suit, but also considering had this been in another room and
Oh, you
nobody was
lost you.
around, if she had done this and he rejected her, and if she had screamed that he grabbed her, what would have happened?
I understand
Very
how
well,
society would
yeah.
react to it, but I'm making my own advocacy because that was his argument. He said that like I'm taking this serious because I know how it would have been if the roles were reversed.
No. What I'm saying is, if he rejected her when she did that, and nobody was around to see what happened,
And she
and
made the
said-
claim that he did it to her.
exactly.
Yeah.
Right. That's what I'm saying. Like I understand that I acknowledge that people would have felt strongly and wanted these heavy-handed consequences. But I'm saying they also I don't think they would have been correct either. Like I'm not making argument it's not serious because she's a woman and he's a man. Some people were making that argument previously, not nobody in this room. But I'm saying it's groping is probably groping is inappropriate.
Probably.
But groping probably shouldn't be handled by the law.
Probably.
Like-
What?
Probably. What the fuck is
What?
wrong with you, nigga?
Have you ever been groped on a butt?
What the fuck is
I've
wrong
been
with you?
Yeah,
I've been groped on
Probably
a.
fucking groped. Like I would be like, cops, hello, can y'all stop that guy? He just fucking groped me. No, there are groping laws, nigga. There are
Somebody
groping
clip that.
laws, nigga.
cops, hello. Can you arrest
Sorry.
this man? He is groping me.
That is a
Like I said,
That
I
she
don't know.
wasn't joking.
And maybe that,
That's
and maybe
real.
so. I guess so. Like I said, it feels like a heavy-handed use of the state. Like I said, when I talk about the issues of policing and the issues of our prison industrial complex, I'm not just talking about the like really easy situations to deal with. I'm talking about the more complicated issues, which honestly I don't even find this to be one of the more complicated, to be completely honest with you. But
It's not.
it's not just like the people who I don't like, who I like that I don't want to see have go to jail. Like there's even people who do things that I don't like that I still feel like probably aren't advised by like involving.
I'm not
police.
gonna say it's less foul if she had grabbed his ass or like rubbed across his stomach or something like that. She literally grabbed homie's junk.
Mhm.
May I, real
a
fast.
minute.
We saw. So obviously, we all saw what his response was to it. The super uncomfortable, freezing up, trying to push her hand away, not liking it all. What would everyone's response be if his action to her doing that was, instead of that, he elbowed her directly into the face?
I would have said, "Good job, brother. Equal lefts, equal rights."
I
Like, if
would
he
have done
would
the
have just
same
like,
thing. I would be like, "What the fuck is
and
wrong
he
with you?
famous.
Don't fucking
If he
touch
would
me."
I would have
I
been like,
would've
he
made him
famous.
leave
He
that
act
fucking
different. His mind is different. He was a child star.
Let me slightly re-ask that. In the sense of like, because obviously us here would probably say, yeah, that's fine, cool. What do you think the average reaction of people online would be though with it?
Some
probably-
people
How do you think everyone else would react?
in 2024,
average-
I feel like people
Sam's
will be a little bit
fucking
more
reaction.
egalitarian with the equal lefts, equal rights. Man, I feel like we got
I
house
think
husbands
there's
out here.
reacting
People
to
be,
it,
and I'm
or,
not even
like,
trolling.
responding to it, which is two different things. Like a reaction is like, "Oh, what the f was that?" Like, and you just threw an elbow. I think you would have been fine. I think if he's like, "What the f did you do, bit?" and then he started like putting hands on her, I think that would have been different. And I would have felt differently about it as well.
I still
Like-
would have been like, "Fine, good for you. You better tell that woman, do not fucking touch me. What the fuck
Don't
is wrong
sexually
with
assault
you?
nobody.
Don't fucking touch me. What the fuck is wrong with
You
you?"
think it would have
It's
been
like- it's
better
like
for
when
him
we-
to beat her bloody?
I'm
I
not
don't know
saying
about
beat
we
her
didn't say
fucking
that.
bloody.
We
We're
said,
not
well,
saying all of that.
But
Like,
that's
there's
what-
no
that's what
need to
Bam is
fucking
saying,
beat a
right?
bitch, but like,
Bam is saying, like,
damn.
okay, we're gonna put on, but no, that's what he said. He's like, hey, if you put hands on her, right? If he started punching her, then
like in a fit of rage, like
yeah.
like
I'm thinking more in a knee jerk. Like if that's your natural.
that's what I'm saying. If he'll react,
reaction,
that's why I say there's a difference between a reaction and responding.
Response. Yeah, like I
If
said,
if
that's why I specified if he reacted in the sense of just like a really hard, like directly into her face.
No, we're only saying this because he's an adult. If it was like happening to a child and a parent came and beat somebody bloody, how would you respond?
Oh, if
Yeah,
it was a,
I
if it was a
think
chi-
circumstances change involving children. For sure. An
Okay,
adult
and
touching a child.
if it was a man and another man grabbed his wife or a girlfriend and they beat the other man bloody, what would, or a girlfriend doing it to another girl who grabbed her boyfriend, how would y'all respond?
I think we can
Does it
reasonably
count as-
understand people's anger in situations like.
does it count? I've
So
always
we can
wondered,
reasonably understand his anger if he
does it
got
count
sexually
as,
assaulted.
Would it count as a defense in court if you beat someone?
No,
bloody?
really,
It's probably not.
no.
Probably not a like a reasonable response. So like if he actually like beat her, like broken bones, like oh, but she touched me weird. Like,
But it's an unreasonable
was
response to an
responding-
unreasonable.
I was
action.
responding to the question about like if it was if it was like a teenage boy and she groped the teenage boy and the father, either the mother or the father, came in and beat her bloody. Would that like would you count that as like defense of the
No,
kid? Defense of the kid. What do you think legal courts would count that under a defense thing, like defending a child?
No, I think there's like it's not even defending a child is what's important. It's it's in a moment of rage, like a parent can make that argument in court, and I'm pretty sure like a jury or what you call it, like a jury or even a judge can there's precedent related to it where it makes sense. Like if someone found out like you sexually assaulted their wife and then like or sexually assaulted a child and then within like 5 minutes or within like 30 seconds they go over there
Crime
and
of
kill
passion, something.
yeah,
That's what it
basically.
is.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Like they understand it's not premeditated because like you were
Okay,
reasonably
we count as
enraged.
crime with passion then. Okay.
But there's still a good chance
I've-
they don't get away with it. They press charges, and you could end up in a civil suit.
Because I've heard like of the people like defending someone else from an actual attack, and then the person who defended someone else gets in trouble. I'm like, so I don't know.
But yeah, so like I said, it's very interesting hearing, like I said, hearing other people's
You mean morally morally sound people who have a healthy moral system versus people
Thank
who
you.
don't?
Thank you.
I think it sounds good to say on the internet. I don't think that the worldview that you're advocating
No.
for is good in
We would
practice.
say it behind closed doors because there's been plenty of young boys who've been touched by their cousins or
that's
plenty
not
of
what
young
I'm
girls who've
talking
been
about.
touched.
I'm talking about like it's a cool thing to say hypothetically, but I'm saying in practice, I don't know if it's useful that like the idea of someone being touched becoming like a legal matter. Like an adult,
Yeah, because
yeah.
people aren't there yet in their thoughts.
No, I
They
just saying
still
I'm just saying we have more solutions in society than the law.
No, that's
What's-
that's why I had stated. That's why I had stated like my viewpoint, which is the most left wing you can be with this kind of shit, is rehabilitation.
I don't even know. We don't even know if she has a problem. We don't even know if it's like something that like she
Here's the-
can't help herself on.
No. Again, like that's why I wouldn't mind like getting like wanting to if legal action is taken, whatever fine she has to pay, I would want like if anything therapy, just like what made you think this was good? What the fuck are you doing? And like have you ever done this in the past? Kind of like look into her history, stuff like that, and figure out.
Yeah, she needs some
ways to
deep
make it
ass
better.
therapy. That
Stuff
shit
like-
ain't
stuff like
okay.
that. I want that
I
for
don't like the way you
everyone out
worded it.
there. I want that for like literally everyone. Regardless, like I always hear stories of like, especially because like there's so much, the fact that the vast majority of sexual assaults are from men. I would want like universally, that way it doesn't seem like it's targeting anyone in a way. But
Okay,
it would
so
affect men mostly.
a similar idea before we wrap up. Like, we know I feel like almost every guy and probably girl has like had this experience if they've been in any relationship in their lifetime. Like, guys are in relationship with girls, straight guys with all the time, and then their girlfriend smacks their butt, and the guy doesn't like it, and she does it because she knows he doesn't like it, like having his ass smacked. He's like, quit it. Why you do that? Like, now, is she being flirty? Is she being playful? Absolutely. Is she doing something non-consensual? Absolutely. How do we do we want a society where like we consider like all of these cases to be cases of sexual assault?
I would like a society where we don't grab each other's junk unconsensually.
There we go.
Yeah,
Point
and
blank
there's
and period.
And there's extreme context to this. Like if they're not in a relationship, you don't grab somebody.
Sure. Are you saying
to
that
try to
spouses can't
get their
have
attention?
sexual assault? Spouses can sexually assault each other?
Well, yeah, they can, but there's still context.
There is context.
I want a society with more context.
There is definitely context with that, where like it could be like a running gag between the two. Sometimes possibly the husband does it to the wife back every once in a while, and so she's kind of just getting returned, and it's a mutual thing. So there's technically consent, even if he says he doesn't like it, but at the same time that it really depends on the relationship dynamic. For what you were talking about, at least.
So even if he doesn't like it, she can do it.
If he straight up doesn't like it, and he never does it to her, and he never does it back to her in a way. It's like I'm getting you back for getting me last time. If it's like that, and he's just constantly telling her, "Stop! You need to stop." They need to break up.
Is she a serial sexual abuser? Is that how we would categorically define her?
Yeah, God, that's actually really
it's hard, but like it can be a thing, but like it can be a thing. No, I'm saying within context.
Yeah,
but like yeah, it can be a thing. It can be a thing that she goes from one relation to the next relationship to the next doing inconsensual things.
Say again?
I don't know. I'm just even if it's just in the one relationship.
If it's just in that one relationship, it's obvious that their dynamic is not. Working. He doesn't.
I'm not saying he hates her, but he just.
I know I'm saying he doesn't like his ass being touched. But she really likes touching her boyfriend's ass. Like that's a dynamic that doesn't seem to want to work. There's plenty of fish in the sea for every one person. There's probably another million that you can find that will fit your wants, needs, and likes, and especially in a sexual context. So. If she keeps doing it and he keeps telling her not to do it, and then she continues to do it even though he's told her multiple times to stop doing it, I'm sorry, you two need to either break up or go to couples counseling. If you feel like you want to stick with this one, go to couples counseling to get to understand why the fuck she keeps doing it when she's been told multiple times, I don't like this.
Okay.
Again, I'm for rehabilitation, so I'm not saying if she's a serial sexual assaulter, if she is to that one person. I don't know if I can technically give her that category at that point in time, but I would say bad spouse / girlfriend. So go to counseling or break up. One of the two. Yeah.
Okay. Me in the world would solve that a lot easier. I would be like, that's annoying. Don't do that. She's like, I like it.
Nah, but it doesn't solve anything because that's what y'all do anyway.
We gotta get the authorities involved.
That's the more of the same.
A girl smacking her boyfriend out in public. I'm calling the police.
What Bam is advocating for is more of the same solution, where it's like, that's bad. Oh no, don't do that.
In some cases, yeah,
that's a no.
That's fine. With that particular thing that you were,
and then that doesn't solve anything because then.
The particular hypothetical you're going with, Bam, obviously more communication between the two, between the couple can end up happening, which ends up which could end up resolving it without needing to go to counseling. That communicate for most of the time, relationships, communication is key. So for that, if she continues to do it again. Even if they've probably talked it out, it's like, this is why I don't like it. This is why this is why I hate it. And you keep doing it. I keep telling you not to do it. And if she continues to go even after having that conversation, either counseling to figure out what the fuck's wrong with her, or break up.
For sure. So this person's done it serial times. This person's done it a bunch of times. that you're saying that this girl did it one time. Sure, she shouldn't have done it because she doesn't have any like background relationship with him. I understand that. Absolutely get that context. She shouldn't have done it. But like, why can't we just say that? She shouldn't have done it. And then we go on about like something that
because it's not the same as jaywalk. Why do you think I brought up jaywalking before? Because it's like, oh, you shouldn't have jaywalked in the middle of traffic and slowed up traffic. Oh, but it's not the same severity.
Is more dangerous actually than what this is. I think jaywalk is way more severe than this. Yeah, for sure.
But
about to walk out
what's the long term ramification? What's the long term ramification of a jaywalk? What's the trauma? What's the trauma? What's the trauma? What's the trauma that gets induced or proliferated because of jaywalking?
You could cause death. People could die from walking across the middle of an active highway at an inappropriate time.
How often does that happen?
There are some cars who come speeding down, see you out of nowhere.
You're ramping up the severity.
How often does groping affect somebody long term?
No, I'm saying that this situation, like something Doobie said, and I don't like agreeing with Doobie on much, but something Doobie said that I agree with in this case is that we've come to a society that like is actively attempting to traumatize people who aren't, like for situations that we as a society kind of knew how to deal with. We're now telling people, hey, did you know that wasn't okay? Did you know you're supposed to be traumatized right now? Did you know that like you were raped? You were like, did you know you were sexually assaulted just then? Like, oh yeah. I was like, I just thought that was a little weird. I don't like it. We're like
I understand what you're saying.
We're not creating victims. The victims already existed. They just did not accept it. They did not know it in some cases.
That's terrible.
But if you felt the situation,
victim, you just didn't know it.
No, okay, no. You hold on, because I think so Kai, I think I get where you're going with it, Kai, as well.
Victim mentality.
The victim was already there, and they couldn't tell at the time. There's plenty of cases where someone was a victim of some form of sexual assault or possible rape, and they just suppressed it. It was just they either didn't realize it, or they straight up, or they keep it back. They keep it bottled up to where it starts festering, and then possibly even years down the line, a small thing that they never even thought about could happen. Like, I don't know, like maybe during that time that they had locked it away, they locked away during that time, like a cup of ice fell and it flew, and everything happened, and that's what's going on. And then many years later, you accidentally drop a cup of ice and immediately go into a hysteric because you don't even know why.
And then once in my head, I'm imagining like 7 years going by, like a cup falling, and Michael Rainey jumping and just screams, "Damn you, grope girl! I'll never be the same again.
No,
you ruined me."
Oh,
I know you're like doing a joke / meme, but
yeah, because I think this
legitimately
is
can't. That legitimately can't happen.
Sometimes. I think that's that reaction is just that shows like
what I was talking about. Like, say you're on a scout trip and some funny thing happens, you really didn't know it was as foul as you thought it was. Then someone brings up the situation. They're like, "Yeah, this happened to you." You're like, "Oh fuck, I got molested." Should nobody give a shit?
Yeah, but this isn't molesting.
That was. What do you mean? What she
Bro,
did? Yeah, she
sexual
was.
fucking assaultist, dude.
Yeah, but that's not molestation. I don't think that's
no, like it's like the sexual innuendo that she had to get tossed out of the room for. So a mixture of the sexual innuendo that she had to get tossed out of the room for. So you already know that it's like, oh, she makes her uncomfortable, like talking about dick sucking. We don't want to talk about that right now. And then comes in and gropes him, which is a form of molesting. Yeah, that's molestation.
We're using that part of the definition. I'm about to say, even the definition of molestation, you says especially related to a child, but I guess it's not exclusively with a child.
It's not exclusively, no. It counts.
But we know what we say when we talk about molested. We know what we're trying to pull on.
This is molestation.
I think of
Yeah,
think
it
of
speaks to
groping
like
or-
a multiple occurrence of
We're talking about the
somebody like.
emotion. No, we're pulling out a
I'm-
lot of emotional weight.
Did
in
bro
trauma.
not feel a way about getting
Like
did
you
bro
saw his
not-
face, right?
You saw his face. What are we talking about, bro?
Dude.
Bro had
What
to
if
laugh
that
it
shit
off
happened
in
to
order. This is like
you?
those. It's like losing. It's
Trauma,
like
have you been molested? like Michael Rainey, have you ever been molested in the summer?
nah.
Have
This
I?
you know what
Have
what
I?
this is gonna be
Yes.
like. This is like
Luckily,
this is like playing a rank game and then somebody trolls and you know what? You feel type of way because somebody just like made me
Fucking
lose.
foul, bam.
So to
Like,
my
you
so
need-
to my
you
know-
need
so
to
to my
fucking
knowledge,
change
no,
your
I
shit.
I was
haven't.
just asking Prime about
To my
his
knowledge.
history of molestation. Like Michael, our,
To
our
my
good-
knowledge,
our brother.
to my knowledge,
I-
I personally have
Right.
not. I've had family members who were, and I've also had friends who were. But
So if a friend, someone tells you, "Oh yeah, I was molested," you are including up
Hey,
to somebody
hey.
touching there.
Hey,
Doesn't that use the word?
pause. Okay, so Bam's about to say something wildly offensive. So, before he goes on
Warning.
from that, guys, support the stream. I didn't ask previously, but you know, it'd be nice if we did. Sub to the channel, give bits or give subs, resub, all that good stuff. We've got our Amazon Prime for Prime Gaming. Use it here. Rather than anywhere else. If you find yourself coming through on a regular basis, please support. It's already midnight my time. But yeah, guys, so help out the channel. We do need your help. Hey Razor, thank you for
I do my
five.
usual.
Really kind of you. Thank you. Bam, thank you for gifting one as well.
not
Much
welcome.
appreciate.
I'm
Nice
just
to thank you for the 6. It's really kind, guys. If you want to help out, consider gifting to the channel. It would be a huge help. Waterkai, thank you for gifting us up as well. Now we're on the hype train. Thank you for the hype train, guys.
You deserve it after this.
For real. Bam, I also think you need to come and, you know, give me 5 subscriptions because I need to fucking wash my like life clean after this shit. Like I've been listen, y'all, I've been so fucking like, and I've had to focus on other shit because like this is just like re-traumatizing me and bringing up like a lot of like sexual assault that's actually really happened to me. So like this is like a very serious thing that I don't think you're like really taking serious, especially like as it comes from women and then it comes from men too. Like this is some fuck shit that like bam, you need to like really reconsider like how and why you think these things because it's not okay.
I'm sorry.
Dream
And
wants
before
in,
he
but I don't know if
responds,
we're in.
thank you, Neritas, for the 300 bits.
Dream was gonna if is gonna add to the trauma. Dream.
Yeah,
Oh, for
yeah.
sure.
Oh Lord Jesus.
Yeah, 1 second. But we're level 2 hype train. 12% done. I was at 88% left. Consider supporting the channel. Doesn't take much. Guys, if you're out there and you're like, hey man, I really like this content. Or that I just keep showing up, right? Like for something keeps drawing me back. Consider assisting us so that we can keep doing this. And Neritas is a real one. Always with the 300 bits, always trying to help out as best it can. So I do appreciate that.
It's fun having a
but-
conversation with them.
Sorry, what?
It's fun having a conversation with Neritas in the chat.
Oh,
like it.
okay. Yeah. Neritas usually yells at me and says I'm wrong about everything. But that's fine. We enjoy those type of people. Bam tells me I'm wrong about lots of things too.
Correct.
But anyway, Troy, but we have 3 minutes left on the
talk
clock.
about the tax
Consider
stuff.
supporting the channel, helping us out, get our emotes, get ad free viewing, hire those ads interrupting just when Bam's about to say something like the correct thing when he's about to apologize.
Got mind read.
That I was right all along, right? But you miss those moments. They exist. They happen, right? But you're watching ads at the time, so you don't get to see those things. But if you just want to see this to continue, help us out. But anyway, we have been going for
Yeah, give your final thoughts and tell everybody why you agree with me.
Sure.
Lord.
One, I haven't been molested. Like I said, like I had that girl tackle and try to kiss me a bunch that one time. But again, I wouldn't consider it molestation.
I would tell you you're wrong and you're a victim.
Yeah, I think it's up for everyone to decide if they've been victimized, right? People can go through literally the exact same experience and then decide they're not either they're okay with it, or they're neutral about it, or they like something seriously bad has happened, right? And that matters. It matters if like you've done harm to a person, and we should never ever forget that. Let's be very clear. But it's also something. What's also true is that like victims don't get to necessarily pick the punishment. They can choose to go to the police, and they can bring their charges up. But people were saying it previously, like this idea of pressing charges is an actual real thing, right? That a victim presses charges. All that means is that they'll like cooperate with the prosecutor, and they want the case to move forward, but it's always up to the prosecutor as to want to do it or not, right? And so like you could see a prosecutor, if they get evidence of a crime, right, that affected you were the victim of the crime, but you don't want them to be involved. You're like, we'll handle this ourselves. The prosecutor can just overrule you. It doesn't need your permission at all, and can just bring charges. So that's what prosecutors do. They prosecute. And they don't really ask for your permission about that. So people need to keep that in mind. Now, it's about the hype train if you can in the last 30 seconds. But anyway, and thank you to the people who already did. But furthermore, even when we're sentencing, right, what we do is we get victim statements. And they can talk about like how this affected them, and like, maybe this person needs to be put away, or maybe they decide like I want them to get a light sentence, but none of that comes into play with sentencing either. It's just like something that we include, but the victims don't get to decide, okay, this person has to serve like 20 years for the crime they inflicted on us, even if they're convicted, right? That's another thing I think we should just keep in mind. And there's good reasons why we don't let victims decide all these things. They can participate, but that doesn't mean they get to direct. I want.
Say it.
It's hard to. Go
ahead, Brian.
It's the reason I'm having trouble is because I'm like that's like I'm an interesting hybrid here, right? Because I don't want more like incarceration, right? In the end, I think we're better with less incarceration, but I'm also don't have a problem being vindictive, right? Like, at the same time, when there is a heinous crime, like I want a heinous response to that. But so like I guess my extremes are more extreme than everyone else's. So when I'm trying to express what I want here, it's very difficult because it won't be clear to each side, right? So on one end, I want us to have more options when we're dealing with prosecutions, right? I want or not dealing with prosecutions, dealing with like crimes and friction that happens in society. I want us to be able to work outside the judicial system, so that we can like have like restorative justice. But those are mostly for small things, for interpersonal interactions, which is most of the things that happen, right? Like most of these interactions with the judicial system aren't talking about like murder, right? At the same time, when people do things that are heinous, like sadistic crimes, I have no problem like throwing the fucking book at them. Do I think that what happened here, to Michael Rainey, which was wrong, is like heinous, sadistic, and should we necessarily have like the legal system involved? I think Michael Rainey should have the ability to go to a prosecutor and advocate for charges. Again, he doesn't get to decide if charges are brought one way or the other, right? But he should definitely have the ability to advocate if he wants. But I think for a crime like this, I would prefer a a restorative justice model where like he gets to talk to her, say that this was a thing that I didn't like. This hurt me, and I hope you need you to understand this is wrong behavior, and that is that she can grow from that. I don't want another black woman in jail, but not for this much. Now let's flip the genders, right? If it was a black man who did this to a black woman, right? Let's say he grabbed a boob, right? Our friend DQ wanted to use that example. Let's say he grabbed a boob. That is wrong. Absolutely no excuses there. Absolutely, that's wrong. Do I necessarily want him to go to jail? Even if it happened to a family member, if it happened to my mom, right? Do I necessarily want him in jail for that? If he's a repeat offender, then maybe. But if it's just this one incident, right, then I would hope that we could maybe push past that and, again, restorative justice, make it clear how wrong he is, and see if he can grow from this. If he can't, then I don't know, put him away. Then he is. I would consider him a danger to society. So, for this type of crime, which is not like, I'll leave it there. I won't go into that. But yeah, I guess I'll leave it out. So
I don't disagree.
yeah. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to raid out to DQ. Are you streaming?
I sure am.
Okay, let's do some restorative justice. Okay, she was traumatized by Bam. Let's.
I do legitimately apologize.
I'm going to allow our friend D10 Dream to be to jump in, and well, good luck with that because it'll be more trauma. But our friend D10 Dream is gonna come in. But I'm gonna raid out to our friend DQ. To make up for the trauma of having to deal with Bam. And look, it's something we all have to deal with at some point in time, right? Bam says something ridiculous, and then we have to make sense of it afterwards. And it's impossible because Bam, he just makes nonsense up.
It's absolutely impossible.
So there's one of two things that's gonna happen. I just want to make a prediction with my powers real quick. Either Dream is I'm leaning like 70% that Dream is gonna like run down the dictionary definition of sexual assault, what that means, or